You are now listening to the Old Head, New Head podcast with your hosts, Eric Iberg and Ethan Schaefer.
Goddamn kids.
Shut up, old man!
What you smoking on?
Oh man, I got so stoked after the first show. So the first show, word got out. And then good people over at Blazy Susan, man, they hooked me up with like 1 million rolling papers. And I got like tips to filters so I can smoke forever. Then next highlight was Ross Jacob, the farmer, the ganja man up here in Minnesota at Dark Horse Farms. He's like, fuck, man, you smoked tough on that first show. I was like, word. He's like, now I got weeds legal in Minnesota since last summer. So then he just came over and brought me the big jars. And I'm fucking just hype. He even got the special one for Secret Stories with Tanner later. And then also but the crazy part is Dark Horse Farms, they do all this crazy CBD shit, man. So check them out online, but they make all these CBD things for when your body's hurt. So, and they got discounts too for everyone that listens to us. So when the shit comes out, 20% off anything at Dark Horse Farms. Just put in inspired in the code.
Beautiful. Damn, we're coming out strong this week. Get the business rocking. You're on the computer. I got I changed locations. So instead of the Modelo, I got the XL Rainier this week. That's what's up.
Yeah, I had to do it even though it's midday. And I was just like, this is Tanner, man. This is who we got to start everything with. So I got the 40.
Beautiful. And where are you coming to us from this week, Iberg?
Excelsior, Minnesota. Pretty much will be my home place every episode.
Same location every time.
In the garage, man.
Yeah. Dude, I had a little bit of an adventure finding this spot. So we were trying a bunch of different places. We were going to the different hotels, seeing if they had conference rooms. We went to the public library in Sandy. And instead, wind burns came through. So I'm posted up at the apartment connected to the Goodwin's outdoor shop. And I believe I'm in Welch's right now on the way going from Portland to Mount Hood, right off the side of the road. Stop by. Wynn's a good guy. He's got some good stuff. And I'm in his Airbnb right now. And I think, Mr. History, you might know this. So they were telling me yesterday in the shop, KP is the one that made this connection. I think Wynn co-owns this with a fella named Josh, who was the guy that did the twin tip caps back in the day. Where you could
Josh Frazier.
Yeah, that's what's up.
So Josh Frazier, ultimate OG, big up him and Griffin Cummings. They were like the creator of the first twin tips. They said, I can't afford to build a ski, so I'm going to make a tip that you just screw on your tails, and then you got twin tips on any skis you own. Solution Twin Tips, 1995. Yeah.
There you have it. So that's where I'm at right now. I'm in an Airbnb. Wynn, Josh, shout out. Thank you guys very much. Iberg, I got to ask you, what's up with the shirt?
Tanner, Boom Bomb Connect. Found it in my closet. So got Boom Bomb Connect for tea today. That's his saying. That's his tagline, let's say.
Yeah, I heard you saying that throughout giving flowers. It started to creep into my everyday life. My girl was like,
a fun word. It's just it's 3 words that means an exclamation point. So I'm like, yo, we got Tanner Hall on today. Boom Bomb Connect.
And then throw in a little .com at the end.
And it's actually a song, boombombconnect.com. It's fucking absolutely horribly awesome.
Oh, word. Awesome. Good little intro. Let's see. So, who we got on today, Iberg? This is a big one.
Fucking man, I'm pretty stoked because we didn't get to do them with Giving Flowers with Phil. So today we got Ski Boss, Tanner Hall himself. So I'm pretty stoked mostly because I started with him like when he was 14 and I was 18 and 1998. And so it's really fun to do this show with you because to me, like he's got to be a weird, almost mythical character because he's not really part of the scene, but he is all day, every day part of the scene. So super excited for the conversation that we're going to have with him today and see where it goes and relive old stories.
Yeah. And dude, you and Tanner go way back. You guys lived together at one point. You've known each other basically your entire adult lives. This is sick.
Yeah, more than half, right? So I've known him since 14. He's 40. So well over half of our lives, you know, and then like everything that our lives exist around, podcast, ski shit.
Yeah.
But
I'm
that's
so
it.
excited, dude. I'm so excited.
What makes you stoked for this? Like, I'm curious going into this, like what to skiing, what do you think Tanner Hall is?
Tanner Hall, and the only one that would be in contention for this title would be Candide. But Tanner might very well be the Michael Jordan of skiing. Just dominance. He's been around forever. I think pretty much every generation is freestyle skier. Tanner has been a big name for anyone that's been involved in skiing. Tanner's always been like that dude at the top.
I think kids know who he is now, like little kids, like 13-year-olds.
The 13-year-olds, I don't know if they view him as the Michael Jordan. They might view Henrik as the Michael Jordan at this point, but they definitely know who Ski Boss is. Now, how much do they respect him?
Anyone younger tuning in, I'm excited for you to listen because my ideas of doing this show is to have the old guys on to have maybe learn something from their experiences. Because whether good or bad, like these guys are still here, they're still with us, they're still alive, and the old heads have a lot of fucking knowledge to give. Yeah. So, you know, like I hope you can pick his brain on interesting things you think is interesting, how to navigate the ski world. I'll try to give him some pokes, and then also I can do some fact checking. If things get things, then you can fact check me, so we can go back and forth.
It'd be beautiful. Yeah, I think I've expressed this to you before, but we're very blessed in freestyle skiing that all the founders, or not all of them, some of them are gone already, but a lot of the founders, a lot of the legends are still around. So you still have the opportunity to pick their brain. Basketball players don't have that. Tennis players don't have that. All those founders are long gone, but we still got ours poking around. You can run into them at the mountain still.
No, and they wrote the blueprint because the blueprint wasn't like, here's how the house should be built. Like the founders are building random shanky things. Parts of the houses are falling apart. Yeah. You know, so it's like we got to use this idea of what everyone went through because I think that will be a huge, especially for me, because I think, we've had one revolution so far, freestyle. We started with hot dogging, got regimented, went into fists and moguls, aerials, and ballet. Then we started the second generation of hot dogging, where everyone's just doing crazy shit. Then it became slopestyle aerials and big air. And now kind of it's in this phase that's going to be a transition to see what the third revolution is. Because it's every 30 years, every 25 years, like 1970, 2000. So it's coming soon, what the revolution is and who's going to lead it. So I just want to get these words from the old heads out, you know, because if the new kids run with it, there might be something crazy they create.
Yeah. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. All right.
Well,
and now we'll send the link to Tanner and we'll get him on here.
You have his number?
I believe you texted it to me.
Okay. So are you sending him the link or should I?
I can send him the link, yeah. Actually, maybe it'll make more sense coming from you just because it'll be a number he recognizes.
101. He was ready. So he's calling in.
Sick. Let's see. Looks like he's joining.
Boom bomb.
Boom bomb.
There we go.
.com.
What's up, Ski Boss?
I'm chilling, bro. Chilling right now. Like wide down time after a crazy winter. Crazy different, kind of a different winter for me, but it was really good. So I'm just on kind of wind down mode. Haven't really kicked it at my house since I bought it. So I'm going to try to be here all summer and kind of take care of some, what I've really been doing, dude. I kind of got behind on my taxes. So I've just been dealing with tax stuff lately and getting that all, just life stuff. That's what I've been dealing with.
Hell yeah, dude.
It's good though. It's good. It's good actually. I'm stoked because once all this stuff is over, I think it's just gonna make the mind free up for I don't know, when skiing comes back around, just to not have anything on the brain is going to be a good thing.
Yeah, dude.
Lit, dude. Your background's lit.
Fuck yeah. Can you name all the skis?
I mean, the Hart F17T, JP Julian's. I see a Candide.
What's
I
that
see the Pettit.
That's the Philip Rose Pro model.
Oh, Phila Rose. I can't see it all that well.
Andy, Phil Belanger, E. Dolo, Eric Pollard, Naked Lady.
Damn. That's a quiver. Did you guys see that Instagram video lately where somebody was talking about the quiver was just a word that was put into our industry for everybody to just go buy more gear?
No, that guy's genius. Whoever created the word and implemented.
Yeah, he actually had a good point because he said that, and then right afterwards he was like, basically at this point, there's boards out there that can definitely handle pretty much everything, and for like you to have like 10 boards in your so-called quiver, it really just doesn't make sense, and it was just basically brought in for these companies and everything to just pull people to buy more shit. And how many people have you heard, like everybody around skiers and snowboarders, like everybody has a quiver?
Yeah. I believe it. I believe it.
I mean, I can't say if that's true or not, but I definitely heard somebody say that the other day, and it kind of makes sense.
Yeah, I believe it's another one of those marketing terms.
Yeah, dude. Well, this day and age, it's like, fuck, dude. People are. It seems like it's pretty easy to like persuade people to buy shit.
Yeah, for sure. Let's. Should we jump into this? Should we just get right?
Let's go
into it, buddy.
Let's do it.
Let's go.
Where are you starting?
Let's do it, Tanner. Thank you for being here, dude. This is an honor to have you on. It's going to be so awesome. First thing I want to ask you is where are you coming to us from right now?
From basically in between Fort Tyne and Olney, Montana, from my house.
Sick. So you're out in the woods right now, right? You're like way off the grid.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, yeah. Yep, definitely. It's nice though, dude. It's nice to be kind of like away from things. Even up here in Montana, like everything's changing, dude. Like Whitefish right after COVID, Whitefish turned into like this resort town where like properties and everything went up so much where it was just really confusing, and like you see a lot of California and Texans and just out of state people, and to be kind of out of everything. I mean, I've got 4 neighbors that are like true Montanans, so it's pretty lit.
Yeah. Have you seen that show Yellowstone? I feel like that's what's drawn everyone up there.
Bro, I can't tell you how many people like I've met that actually say like they moved up here because of that. And it's just like, that's a pretty wild like thing to move up here on a whim of a TV show thinking Kevin and Costner is like some guy you're going to see up here.
Yeah. Instead, they just get you and all your neighbors.
100, a bunch of dudes that love guns and shit and love Trump. It's fucking, they're like, oh God, we didn't know it was going to be like this.
Oh, word. All right. So I was thinking about the different ways to start this, and Iberg and I were doing a little intro before this. So I was wondering, you guys met when Tanner, you were 14, Iberg was 18. Tanner, do you remember meeting Iberg and what that first encounter was like at all?
I mean, I remember him being so stoked on skiing, and it was pretty much at a point where I just moved to Utah, and like I was really stoked on skiing. And like my stoke for skiing back then was like confusing to people because it just like there wasn't like an outlet for like that type of stoke yet. And like I think Iberg right off the bat kind of like matched a stoke for like understanding where like my head was at with skiing and like where freestyle skiing was at, and like seeing like JF, JP, Vinny and those guys doing what they were doing, it kind of like, it just made sense. Like some things you can't really explain, but like right off the bat, like we kind of understood like where our brains were at with where we wanted to go with the idea of like where we think skiing could go, you know?
Yeah.
And that's like a crazy thing to have that at 14 and to have an understanding and start traveling together and kind of like working towards the same goal. It's lit because like that was like pre-filmer era, pre-everything, you know what I mean? Pre-Instagram, pre-MySpace. It was kind of nuts back in the day. So to like kind of have that filmer bond like right off the bat was pretty lit like just from meeting and knowing like he was there in Utah for skiing, I was in Utah for skiing, and like the stoke levels were just like they matched, you know what I mean? So it just made sense. And that's all I remember, really, to tell you the truth, was just having it like so natural where the stoke levels were just the same. And that's kind of like how I worked off of people that like back in the day, was just like how stoked you were. And if you could match the stoke level or come close, it was like pretty easy that we were going to link up.
Yeah, that's sick. Iberg, do you remember it the same way? I mean, do you remember like the actual moment that you guys met when you were 18?
Did I roll the fucking, I rolled like a crazy ass blunt, right, Bert? Right, Iberg?
The first time I met at the TGR premiere on campus, right? They had TGR Black Box, the movie, that snowboard movie, and then the Rob Holmes movie where he just jumped off shit at the end and the crowd went nuts.
Yep, you're right.
And so that was just like, so I knew who Tanner was because of moguls. Like, even though I was from Minnesota, he was a little guy that like had an Elmer Fudd like red hat. But like at age 13, he was doing like 720s in the moguls, but he's only 3'5". So like he was kind of already in the freestyle community and moguls upright aerials in this whole world. Like he was known across the country because everyone's like, holy shit, you see that kid in the moguls? So I knew who he was, and then I saw him at the premiere, and then a guy who lived with me, Eric Nordstrom, like in the dorms, who I went to the premiere with, he was like,
yo, quick,
best.
shout out. Can we just make sure if anybody's listening, dude, and they know if he's alive, this is Eric Nordstrom's friends talking, like just give us confirmation. But keep going.
Yeah, so Nordy, like he brought, like, and he was the god. Like this kid came from like Massachusetts, was like the most like, I don't like, he was the illest mogul skier, the most strong.
He was just the strongest.
Like leg was like a tree trunk.
Yeah. He didn't even really ski moguls. He straight lined them, and like you could tell, like the mogul could be like 3 feet tall and icy as fuck, and that dude would like break it. It was insane because he was the type where he would either like come through the finish line and win, or he would just fucking get going so fast where he would just get out of control and blow out. And that's lit. That's like Edgar Gross-Perron style. Like not, you know, if you're feeling sore or something and you're like, oh, just maybe take it a little easier. Like, nah, like it's like once you start going, the inertia of like how much muscle he had just like picked up speed the entire way. It was so lit to see, because I was so little, I couldn't do that. So I like admired the dudes that were like big and strong that could fucking basically straight line through ice rocks.
Yeah, like him and this guy, fucking Tony Basile, rest in peace. Like they were these two guys. Eric Nordy, he was the junior mogul ski god. He was not normal, man.
Jeremy Bloom was pretty not normal. We were talking about that the other day, dude. He was fucking not normal.
That's true. Jeremy
Bloom was not normal, dude. The first time I ever showed up to junior nationals in fucking Winter Park in like, I think 1997, I remember showing up to the mogul course for the very first time. And like right when I got to the bottom of it, I remember looking up, and just so happened that Bloom and Cabral drops in first, and then Bloom comes right after him. And I was just like, holy shit, dude. Like, whoa, that was the first time I saw kids my age that would, because like traveling around with Nordy, like after that, this was pre everything. This was like right my first time ever leaving Big Mountain to see like crazy shit, you know? So I got there, and I was like Stefan Turkula, John Turkula, Ryan St. Onge. That was like the upright aerial crew that was nasty. Zach Mertz, just a bunch of heads, dude. It was crazy. But the moguls, you go over there and it was like Cabral, Ramos, Bloom, Nordy.
I got to put
Orion.
the perspective quick. So anyone who's listening, like for the younger guys, Jeremy Bloom was this mogul kid, Tanner's age in the 90s. We just explained how sick he was. But he was so good, he got a full ride scholarship to play for CU Buffalo on the football team. And then he played 4 years of football, well, going to the Olympics in moguls, and then went to the NFL. So big up Jeremy Bloom for making
Yeah. And his chick or not his chick, but his sister, Molly Bloom, was the girl. Like, if you guys don't know this chick, go to Netflix and type in whole movies about Jeremy's sister, Molly. And she like ran underground poker gambling tournaments in LA and shit. And like was hanging out with Knoxville and stuff. And she got raided by the feds and stuff. Like his sister's a straight gangster and shit. And
at the bottom with a toy dog and a fur coat, man, cheering her brother on in the boat.
It was lit.
Oh, Tanner frozen. Too much stoke.
Overloaded the stoke.
Might happen a couple times in Montana.
Yep. We'll wait it out. He's talking about Molly's game, dude. Molly's game is sick. All right, Tanner, you're back. Dude, that movie is good. That I saw that.
Dude, it's crazy. It's crazy. And that's like, I used to go to World Mogul Camp back in the day when I was mad young up in Whistler. And that chick and Jeremy were at camp every year. Like when I started going at like 10 years old. And my first like 3 years there, like they were there fucking. Jeremy was like a coach by the time he was like 14 or 15. But his sister was a camper every day, like every year. And I just remember, dude, I had the biggest crush on her back in the day. Holy smoke. She was so hot, and she still is, but like crazy businesswoman. And like the whole Bloom family kills it. Like she's killing it. Jeremy's like some crazy like philanthropist that just like makes dreams happen now for people. And I don't understand it. He's really, dude, it's really cool to see that skiing like has produced crazy ass dudes that like I got to see from the get go. You know what I mean? To see your peers at the same age as you, like around 13 years old, even like 10, 11, and 12 or 13, and to see where they're at now. Like Bloom hit the pinnacle of like what an elite athlete. Like him and Dumont as like athlete standpoint, like if you want to go like run tests and shit and fucking box jumps and like have like a medals test, like it's going to be hard to beat those two dudes because those two kids are like born as fucking like just monsters, you know?
Most definitely. Yeah. So I love this, dude, because this is where I wanted to start. Like you started in moguls, and I've wondered, like, have you thought about what your life would have turned out like if, you know, freestyle skiing never came on the scene and you just stuck with moguls your whole life? Because it seems like you love skiing so much that you would have always been involved. But if you had to stay with that original moguls lane, like, have you ever thought about that?
Oh yeah, dude. I mean, I'd fucking, yeah, of course. It would have been pretty lit, but at the end of the day, it was just like where skiing was, you know. It's really funny though, because to leave like an organization like that, just because at that point, like we didn't have no structure set up outside of moguls. So when we kind of like, when I saw JP, JF, Vinny, I saw the crew from Tahoe, a Julian Renier, you know, there was a couple kids from Japan, like way back in the day when I saw like this little tiny movement starting to like kind of flourish, at least to the point where it was like once like State of Mind, Johnny DeCesare's movie came out, like Fade to Black and then State of Mind, those movies, and Butter back in the day from CP, it's like once I saw those like two movies, I was kind of like, holy fuck, okay, you know, like I don't think moguls is like where this is going to go, just for the fact like of how many like squares were around that organization. And I'm not saying bad people, like everybody was like awesome in the freestyle world, but when you're kind of like, when it's kind of a stale environment and everybody has kind of had the same equation for the last 3 decades, and you don't see growth really, it's kind of like, it's hard to be like, this is my life choice when there's this new shit. Nobody knows what's going to happen with it, but it's so fucking cool that it's making a dude like me want to quit mogul skiing like now. So I can't, like, you never knew what was going to happen, but I knew if it had the power to, for me to be like, man, I don't know if I like this anymore. Like, I don't know if I like this culture, I guess you could say. And to like stop, but then to fully stop it. And then you have like, I don't know, a decade and a half go by, 2 decades go by, or a decade and a half go by. And then all of a sudden it's like, and I was naive at the time because I was like almost supporting like skiing going into the Olympics. And then when I realized like what actually entailed, and like basically within that happening, it's like we all just gave the platform we built back to the people that we fucking like left because they put stale ass rules on the shit. And I can say that because like I was there. Like these younger kids understand skiing before a big air and half pipe was even a sport. So if you can't really tell a kid like, and I think this kid's fucking amazing, Cody LaPlante. He's one of the best fucking park skiers, funnest dudes to watch. But you can't really go up to him and ask him what he thinks about FIS and that USSA organization and the whole United States ski team compared to a dude like me that was a part of something that kind of sucked, and we all left to build something really cool that just got handed back to the shitty people. So all these younger kids, God bless them, dude, they have no fucking clue. So it's kind of harder to ask them, like, is it really that bad that this happened? And it's kind of like, well, fuck, I can't tell you. I can't tell you, but all I can tell you is when it did happen, it's kind of like, okay, well, let's just stop losing, because an organization like USSA is running the shit. And back in the day, we all got fed up with it because it just got lame. Like it's stale. They don't hire cool people to like run these organizations and put on these events and do these things. So it's if you're lame long enough, it's like if you've sat in shit for long enough, you forgot what it you forgot what it smells like. And so it's like you kind of got to remember that, you know?
Yeah. I want to bring you back quick to like when you asked him what it'd be like if he went into moguls. The coolest part I think we had in our generation, Tanner had a lot of people that say in 98 when he's like 15, there was a lot of mogul skiers that could jump bigger than Tanner. Like his age, like we'll use Nate Roberts as an example. So Nate right? Or was it Speedy that got your free skier picture?
Yeah.
We'll use Speedy. Speedy's a great example. But Speedy was an aerialist. Now Speedy and Tanner were like the same fucking kid. And so like you had all these people that had this opportunity to continue the Olympic dream or fucking do something new. The only person that could do something new was Mosley because he wanted gold. Everyone else had to be like, should I quit what I've given my life up for? Now, same time, you have a 15-year-old Tanner Hall and all these kids watching JP, JF, Vinny doing backflip mute grabs. Now, it's illegal to do a flip at most ski areas. It's illegal to do a flip in the moguls. If you want to do a single flip and inverted aerials, you had to do 100 into the water ramp in the summer before you were allowed to compete it at one location in North America in the winter. So as a kid, to know that what normally clipped a pass got you kicked off a hill, a team, out of a competition, you couldn't rotate over 720 or 1080 in an upright aerial contest. Otherwise, you get disqualified if you went for a 1440, even though we knew homies that could do 1440s in the 90s. So there was this, we always saw limitations. And Tanner, as a super youth, was like, man, why can't I do more fun things? Because someone says, no, you got to do 100 of that into the water ramp. So I just wanted to say that because I think as a kid, when you have all these limits, once you can still have opportunity to do something fun, do something new, or you have someone tell you have to go to a water ramp or an airbag, you're going to pick whatever. It's just like how kids are in the streets right now. That's what they can do. That's new, fun, and access without someone telling them no. That's all I got.
Yeah. And Tanner, what I think is most impressive, especially about the beginning of your story, is that, like you guys were saying, there was no framework for it. So you're quitting like a proven path to explore something new. And it seemed like the adults in your life wanted to support you, but only on like a short timeline. They're like, all right, yeah, you could try this for a year. You could try this fad. And so I think just that self-belief from a really young age is impressive. And I don't know if, like, we have a lot of young guys that listen to this, so I don't know if you want to talk on that at all, because like your parents weren't being like, hey, yeah, take as long as you need with this. They're like, all right, try it out for a little bit, and if not, you got to figure out something new.
Yeah, well, that was like right around 15 years old, and like at that point, that's like where you have like undeniable confidence, like where if you like something, you're gonna fucking really, really, really like it. You know what I mean? And so that's like how it went with me with skiing all the way up until that point, and then like, you know, I don't know, dude. It just kind of got to it just got to the point where I saw all these things happening. Like if I looked down the road, I just knew I was on my skis so much, and if I had the chance, I'll go no matter when, no matter what. And so just that motivation, I knew that I was gonna get to wherever that I wanted to go, because like I was that hungry.
Mm-hmm.
And so the hunger just kind of made me believe in myself and believe like all this shit is going to happen. And it kind of like was a crazy time for me, because it was like at the beginning, a lot of things for my brain at 15 to kind of understand like how everything was developing. Like it kind of gave me a different kind of a confidence too. You know what I mean? Like I really realized like where I was and what my surroundings were and where skiing was at that point and where it was about to go. And it was just like, holy shit, I'm like at the right age, at the right time. Like everything just made sense in my brain lining up. So just try to notice little things where, you know, if you really like to ski and you really like to do this shit, dude, you can do whatever you want. Like that sounds kind of corny, but like in every aspect of life, if you really believe that you can do it and you wake up every day and like that's all you put your efforts into, like it will happen. You just can't, you know, you gotta get accustomed to pain. You make sure pain is like something you like to deal with, and it's like not a problem. Like don't like if you feel pain and like that like automatically puts like fear into you and it puts hesitation into you. You got to learn how to get that out quick, you know, because pain is it's just pretty much weakness leaving the body if you train your brain like for that, you know.
Yeah. And so,
I have a question on the hunger quick.
Yeah,
So do you think that early age hunger, when say you're 16, did that come from wanting to prove people wrong in a time period, or did it come from the wanting to be the best?
I think a combination of two things. I don't know. There's a combination of a lot of things, dude. At that point, fuck, dude, Greg Stump's movies, and then just spawning into new school movies, and just being at that age, being hungry, learning the Switch Rodeo 7, and then just seeing Mike LaRoche and Skogan Spring get hurt, like when we were the only three that were going to be doing that trick that year. So it like opened up the door. That gave crazy fucking confidence. There was like a lot of different things that gave crazy confidence that there's no set way to tell somebody how to gain confidence. You got to learn like what your scenarios are in life, and like what when certain things happen, like when you feel feelings of like of fuel like that, you got to remember those things, because like it's not the shit doesn't just come out of nowhere. You know what I mean? And the more you can be conscious about like what those little things are when little things like that happen. Like, I hate to say it, but fuck, dude, back in the day when I was 16, going into that year, like going from 16 to 17 into my first year that I won X Games and all those contests, to see that LaRoche broke his femur and Scogan like broke his leg, like both in that same year. Like both of them were good homies of mine, and I fucking had to live with Scogan and kind of see what he had to go through to get his leg back, you know, and it was really gnarly. And to this day, if you see Scogan walk, he's still kind of like, you can see a reminiscence of like that crash in the leg, and it was a motorcycle crash that they like the ESPN people went out to Tahoe and filmed for his like little ESPN spot when his run came up for X Games. Ended up breaking his shit off, and like it never is good to see homies falling, but dude, as a competitor and at that age, dude, and fucking I hadn't won anything yet, you know. I had won the Jim Moran Invitational, but that was like Willie Boyle was like the hardest competition, and Toby Dawson did it one day, but he didn't do it the second day, I think, or something. So it wasn't like the craziest competition. And then like when those two guys got taken out and we all had the same, we were going to be throwing kind of the similar rotation, dude, something like that fucking like, that made me so much more confident in what was about to happen. Cause I was like, holy shit. And it just so happened.
2001 did switch rodeo, switch off access 7 other than these 3 guys to put it in perspective.
100, but Mike Nick did a switch 9 at 2001 X Games, and everybody was pissed that he didn't win. But at the end of the day, it's a judge sport, dude. And I fucking think that Mike Nick had a fucking great jump, but it just didn't happen for him, you know?
I'm just saying it was off access switch to switch. So that allowed the switch to forward for you to win. Like, and the idea was like, no one had this rotation. Like when Scogan came out and did it, where like everyone's like, what the fuck? Then little Mike LaRoche just watched him and then like perfected the shit out of the shit with multiple grabs. And then Tanner's watching this shit. And then he gets the water ramp all summer. So where he was at, I'm just putting the extra on it, because imagine having a trick. Imagine 3 people have a nose butter triple going into 2013. 2 of them get injured. The confidence level doing that trick is so crazy.
Yeah. And like, again, like homies, like you never like to see them go down and shit, but everybody knows everybody in this game if you're a competitor and shit. So at the end of the day, dude, like little things, you just got to notice what those little things are. And like, you got to it's a puzzle. It's a big equation, and you just got to keep piecing it together. And then it'll make more and more sense. You know what I mean?
Mm.
Round 2, buddy.
We're back.
We are back.
All right, just for the listeners to know, we're already recording Tanner. It's been what, 8 hours since we last spoke. Tanner had some electrical issues. You want to tell everybody what happened?
Yeah, my power goes out quite a bit here at the house. I'm out in the middle of nowhere. So that's like what I got to deal with is like shitty internet sometimes, but it's pretty good now. And just, I don't know, the power goes out quite a bit.
Yeah. We were sitting around speculating for a while. We were wondering if you were driving to town. We were wondering if...
Well, I was thinking, like, usually when the power goes out, it goes out for like 10 or 15 minutes. That was like a 5-hour thing.
I'm out for 2 hours, man. I just smoked, got all stoked, finished my 40. I was like, dude, I finished my 40. It's probably time we don't hang out on the Zoom call anymore.
Yeah, we resupplied. Yeah. We resupplied our drinks. We resupplied... You got some more doobies, Iberg?
Yeah.
Yeah, Iberg's got doobies. Are you kidding me? That's Smoke Monster. He's definitely got a lot of poop ready to go, and he's got a lot of doobies.
All right. We hopping right back in? Should we pick up where we left off?
Fuck yeah, we should. You remember what that was?
All right, Tanner.
We were talking about moguls and shit.
Yeah, we were talking about moguls. So what was it like? So you left moguls because it was kind of whack. They didn't really know what they were doing. But to be...
I mean, I can't say it was whack. It was like it was just geared in such a different thing.
It had limits.
Yeah, that's a good way to explain it. There was like rules that just didn't really make sense. The fact that you couldn't really flip or do like off-axis spins in the moguls just kind of was weird. Because like when we all started learning front flips and back flips, like I would go to mogul camp and throw front flips and back flips all day long. And it was like cool thing to do at summer camp, right? But then when it's like going to summer camp to like get better for like wintertime to compete, and like how you had like great times all summer long flipping and doing what you want in the moguls, still working on technique and stuff and like getting your shit down, but it really enjoying it and like doing shit that not a lot of people were doing at the time. And like it was easy to do kind of like new things in the moguls, but there was always a cap on it. And I was just like, you can only go so far when it's kind of like, you know what I mean? And I can't say it was whack because I loved mogul skiing and I loved the people that did it. Like mogul type of skiing, like freestyle in my era, like how I got to grow up was really fucking cool. And I got to ski around some like badasses because Montana might have seemed like it was out in the middle of nowhere compared to like Northern Division was just different compared to like Far West and Intermountain and Rocky Mountain. And like the Midwest Division and every like even where Iberg, like fuck, dude, there's so many like good kids where Iberg was from just because of the rope.
We just did upright aerials though. Like
yeah, but still, dog, that's all a part of it. That's all. If you ask me, upright aerials, even ballet, dude. I did ballet for 2 fucking years. I had to do ballet the first year I ever got a mogul spot because I wasn't good enough at moguls. So I had to. So I was good at yeah, I was good at upright aerials and I was good at moguls and I really wanted the mogul spot. So to make the mogul spot happen, I just had to do acro.
Sick.
Or ballet.
What was the illest ballet trick at the time
that I could do?
Just in general, I don't know the first thing about ballet. All I know is they go upside down with their poles in the ground.
Yeah,
sometimes.
I think like the back in the day, the illest Willie, or what was his name? What was not Willie Boyle? I knew Willie was really good, but what was Iberg? What was the dude?
Ian Edmondson won a world champion.
No, yeah, he was nasty, but no. Remember the Bone? Remember this kid, the Bone? He moved out to Tahoe, but he was a aerial skier and he was nasty at acro. And he had the move where he would fucking be doing his little twirl arounds and his leg ups and his hands up, but then he would like go backwards for like maybe 2 feet or something with his hands up, and then he'd put his poles right like on his tailbone and he would fucking backflip. And I thought that he was like one of the only dudes ever that in my era, I know like the backflip was pretty prevalent in the 80s, but like to see that dude like late 90s doing a backflip in the acro shit, I was like, this shit is retarded. But like when that kid would come on and I'd see that move, it's kind of hard not to be like, holy shit,
Because like front pole guts where you jam the pole.
Dude, they would do fucking
slope style ballet was the first slope style.
Yeah, like they would do double poles,
like 9-9, like half pipe slope style mix with music.
They would do gut flip double folds, like literally 720s. Where I'm like, how does that even work? You know what I mean? If you think about your poles and you start spinning, they do one cross, and the fact that they could fucking 720 it, it's like almost makes me want to go back and replay and like slow-mo like how the poles can fucking go around twice.
You got to cross them before you plant them.
Yeah, that's what it was.
And one
You're right.
I got my ballet. I got my leaky yellow ones right above us. Check them out, actually. See those long ass yellow poles? They're longer than your skis.
I love how Iberg has all the gear and he doesn't use any of it.
Oh man.
My poles, man. I just haven't done ballet since 1998.
Hey, have you seen Iberg's upright aerial shot of his triple Daffy?
No, I gotta see that.
Oh my god, it's so good, dude. He tries to say that's not him screaming at the end, but it is.
This is only me and Iberg's second episode together. I'm still learning more and more about him every week.
Dude, I wish we could have like a little video pop up like right near your head and just Iberg ripping triple daff and then landing and doing the craziest claim you've ever seen. Like
Maybe for the
retarded.
YouTube version of this, we can put the video in. You know?
Yeah, we could interlace it in. Iberg will have to send it to me.
It's so lit, dude. It's crazy.
That's awesome. So at that time, so you're sponsored by Rozzy and all that, and so when you guys are branching off to freestyle, did you have to kind of convince your sponsors to go along with what you wanted to do, or was that like a well-defined path and they wanted to encourage like that side of skiing?
Yeah, no, it was harder to convince the parents.
Okay.
Yeah, sponsors were pretty hyped because it was like new, and like anybody that got what was going on kind of like realized what was happening. Because X Games already had ski blading and shit, and then like skiing got in 1996, I think. For like 97 for 97, and then 97 for ski blading, right?
Yeah, because let's think about it. You won, then Candide won, so that was Candide won 2000. Who won before Candide? Was that the very first one, 99?
No, JF. Yeah, JF won the first one. Candide won the second one, and I won the third one.
Yeah, so 99 was the first Winter X ever.
Yeah, but 90. I want to say 97 or 98.
We had summertime X Games San Diego Big Air in 97, summertime X Games San Francisco Big Air 98.
Is this ski blades or is this skis for the big air?
Full on skiing, dog.
Yeah, and like I mean, companies knew the deal. It was like mainly my parents who I had to convince that like they moved me to Utah to like ski moguls and shit, and I was like, yeah, I'm ready to quit only like 1 year into being down here, but don't worry, I got a good plan. And like trying to explain that to two parents from Montana, like Kalispell, it like they were just really fucking confused.
Yeah. And
they moved you there with the goal of an Olympic gold, right? Like that's
or just making the Olympic team. You know what I mean? That was like making the Olympics one day for moguls. And then I get down to Utah and link up with like you and Nordy and shit, and like I don't know, it just all seemed like it was all working. You go out to Tahoe, there's like Nat Sherman and fucking. What's his fucking name, dude? Why can't McKeever and shit like that? And, Kendrick and like, dude, there was like a fucking solid group of mogul skiers that knew what was going to happen. It was like, I just was ready to say, fuck moguls when everybody was kind of like, I don't know, dude, this decision is like gnarly. Cause like, this is what I know. And I love jumping, but dude, am I good enough? Where I was like, I'm fucking good enough and fuck this shit, dude. If I can just jump all day long and I don't have to like ski moguls and like sit there and work on like drills and shit. And like my drill is just lapping the park. Like, let's fucking go.
And we couldn't even hit a park then though. You have to remember, like, so to hit a jump in life was
but mainly it was like getting to like the US Open that first year with Mitch Karinga and you and like lapping shit like that. There was no dude, even mogul contests. It's like, dude, getting up to the top of the fucking start of a mogul contest. Like, you remember how many people would be up there and like
100.
Especially if you're in Utah, you'd have dudes like Kerry Miller like slipping and like stepping over skis, knocking people over, trying to kiss their fucking head and rub their fucking backs and shit. And you're just like, it's fucking kind of weird, you know?
Tanner, what was the deal with Kerry? I gotta ask, man.
Dude, Kerry was a good guy. I'm not gonna say anything bad. He's just weird as fuck, dude. That was his deal. He was just a weird fucking guy. Like, good heart. It was in the right spot, but he was born in such the wrong era. That motherfucker should have been living in like 1972. You've seen a lot of shots of like his glasses that he wore, that hairdo, like fuck. I don't know. Like he just seemed like he's just really weird. He's just weird, but a good guy. I can't really say anything because like me and Speedy lived at his house together. Or lived at his condo down in Salt Lake, and Speedy had been living with him for like a couple of years before me. So Speedy was like mad comfortable where if Carrie said anything like just, well, you got to fucking make sure you're home at this time, or fucking dinner is at this time, or blah, blah, blah. And Speedy like would have no problems being like, what? Shut the fuck up, old man. And like, that's what I walked up into, you know what I mean? So it was like, me and Speedy's relationship with Carrie was like a whole lot different, just because I got to like see Speedy's confidence, and I kind of fucking was like, well, this is how it is. Fuck you, old man. You know what I mean?
Dude, you got me feeling bad for Carrie now. You guys were being mean to the man.
No. It was like little kid shit, dude. We like Carrie did a lot for us, and like he definitely got us fucking everywhere we needed to be. Dude bossed out, you know what I mean? But I'm not gonna lie, like when you're little and you're like fucking 13, 14, dude, like everybody was kind of like popping off at some point, you know, and like when it wasn't my parents and I'm like outside of Montana and like I'm mad young and I'm like seeing this kid Speedy that's like really fucking good at shredding already being like, I don't listen to this fucking guy. Yeah, whatever. Take him with a fucking grain of, you know, it's just like, I kind of got explained to it nice. It would have been fucking insane to like roll up in there and like be solo.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
No, totally. Yeah. I'm glad you're talking about Speedy and like all these different people you're around. Like you got thrown into living with adults basically at a young age, like living with like 20 something year olds as like a 15-year-old. So I was wondering like how those people influenced a young Tanner.
Yeah, well, like after I lived with Carrie for a little bit, we got a condo up in Park City, and then I got moved in with this dude Eric Craighead and this guy Scotty Meyer. And at the time, they were like 20 and 21, or 21 and 22, and they were really all about skiing. Craighead was filming, and Scotty was like crushing, and yeah, they were partying and shit, and I got to see, like, I grew up fast, I think. I got to see some crazy shit. But at the end of the day, dude, it was all skiing, you know?
Mm.
Like, you got to realize, dude, I grew up in a fucking era where it's like, we partied. Like, and we partied. That's all I can say. And at that age, when I got moved in with those two guys, they were such, like, their era of partying was so heavy where I kind of just what like gnarly shit was like normal to me. And like thinking about these young kids like Walker Shreds or something, I'd be like, holy fuck, dude, I got to see some crazy shit. Because like these kids now are like sheltered and protected, you know what I mean? Because like if you're that good and you're that young, like companies see like a future. They're not looking at like what you're going to do tomorrow. They're like, oh my God, dude, if we lock this shit down in 7 fucking years from now, it's going to be on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where we didn't have that, dude. There was nothing like that. So
what was
the craziest thing you saw, like when you moved away from home? Like,
dude, you took the words out of my mouth. That's what I was wondering.
Whether it's with Carrie and you're having an experience with your friends at 15 or 16, or when you move up to the condo at 16, 17 with those guys, like, do you ever have something where you're like, oh my God? Like, there has to be something is there anything?
I mean, you mean in Park City?
Just moving away from home. I mean, you moved away from home when you were like 14. Then you had like these 3 years where it's like, it's normal. I mean, you already partied with your friends up in Montana when you're 15, you know? But did you ever like, what was the first thing that you ever saw that was the craziest shit? Like that wasn't Montana crazy? Do you have anything? Maybe you don't.
I mean, the first crazy shit I think I saw wasn't till like X Games, bro. Because Park City, you got to remember, it was pretty fucking reserved, dude. I was like 14 or 15. And like, I don't know, it wasn't, yeah, like there was parties and stuff, but dude, Montana kids were fucking partying their faces off and like partying in a crazy redneck way, you know? You get down to Park City, all these nice houses and shit. And
no one's got guns.
No one's got guns. Yeah, it was kind of like I almost moved out of a wilder scenario and into a tamer one. It wasn't until I got to my first X Games ever where that's where I got that photo with Eminem. I got to kick it with him for a second. That's where I met Mad Mike Jones. That's where I was fucking partying at the Red Bull house with Mad Mike Jones. And it like, you know, the craziest shit I fucking seen was Mad Mike fucking take everybody's partying at the Red Bull house. There's Mount Snow. There's all these Playboy chicks in there, Eminem's in there, Bazaar's in there from D12. All the athletes, like everybody, dude. Danny Cass, I was fucking living it up with him that night too. Him and fucking Mad Mike, but Mad Mike was he had a screw loose, dude. Because fucking
Mad Mike was the guy like in freestyle motocross when the whole sport just began. He was like the boss. So this is like 2001. This is the guy who does the kiss of death, where his bike goes down and then he goes vertical, and it looks like he's kissing his tire. And so, but then he's just
he's just fucking gnarly. The dude's face was huge. Like, dude, it looked like, you know, those guys that look like they have way bigger bone structure than other people. Like, he was one of them, and he looked like he was all jacked. Like, he was strong as fuck. He's just a scary guy, dude. He's a fucking nasty ass motorcycle with a lot of confidence who was fucking strong as shit. And so I don't know how he gravitated towards me, but I wasn't a day past puberty back then, so I must have had a lot of people looking at me like, holy shit, what the fuck is this kid's deal? And I think when they found out that I was there competing, people were like, oh, what? And Mad Mike kind of did that. And around 2 a.m. one night at this party, fuck, everybody who's only drinking Red Bull and vodka. I see this guy in the kitchen, and he's looking at the whole party. The dance floor is like right beside the kitchen, and he's just staring at everybody with this like crazy look on his face. And I'm pretty together at this moment still, because I'm pretty young and just bugging out like, holy fuck, I'm 16 and Eminem and just like the hottest chicks I've ever seen. And I would always see Mike just in the kitchen with the refrigerator open, and he took this fucking empty vodka bottle out, and he's fucking looking at everybody, and I was like, this motherfucker, you gotta be kidding me. He starts pissing in the fucking vodka bottle. Everybody's drinking Red Bull vodka at the party. What does the color of some pee look like? Kind of looks like Red Bull vodka. This motherfucker pisses like a full piss in the vodka bottle and then proceeds to the dance floor and starts topping everybody's drinks off. And I watch everybody just drink it and not even fucking bat an eyelash. And that's where I was like, holy shit, dude. He's like, I'd never seen, because like partying is, I don't know. To me, I was like, I'd never seen nothing like that. And I was like, this guy's nuts. I just saw him fucking literally make the hottest Playboy Playmate chick I've ever seen in my life drink his own piss. And she was like, didn't even, it was kind of amazing in a way, but fucked up too, you know?
There's some drugs going on in that scenario.
I mean, I'm sure, dude, I was still so young. I wasn't.
I'm saying these people. I'm saying if you really put it in perspective, the party level that was happening, it was a next level party.
That's when Eminem wasn't sober too. So I know that fool was fucking showed up. His pupils were like black and shit. Go back to that photo that I got with him on the XL. Look at his pupils in that shit, dude. It is like that fool was like, he liked the ecstasy back in the day. And I think, like you said, Iberg, drugs were a fucking prevalent thing, but it wasn't like bad or anything. It was like, that's just what it was.
Tanner, I've been meaning to ask you this for a while. So whenever it was, you were on live at one point, and you were talking about how times had changed and all this stuff. You said that Red Bull used to hand out Red Bull branded bags of Coke at parties. Is that true?
I mean, there was one summer at a Summer X Games where, yeah, they had little dime bags of blow, and not even with blow in them. Like, obviously, like they had them made and people put their blow in them. I don't think Red Bull had a factory of blow that was like bagging up like Red Bull blow baggies, but they had the whole Red Bull crew and all over LA during X Games for one of the summers. Like, that was definitely going on. There's little Red Bull logos all over the fucking little blow bags.
That's wild. Yeah, because Iberg and I was talking about how things have changed with the party culture. Because now all the U.S. ski team, they're super athletes. They're Olympians in training. So the party scene, it seems like it's not what it once was.
No, it's definitely not. It's definitely not. And it's it's definitely not, but fuck, I'm so hyped I got to live through that era of like,
Without a phone or a camera.
yeah, and just fuck, dude, like good times. It wasn't as serious as it is now, you know?
But
Yeah.
I only brought that up, Tanner, because imagine all our scenarios. Like, what if we had subconsciously know that everyone could be recording something, taking a picture? Like, it would just be probably a reason not to party. You know, like if you get burned once by someone.
Yeah, fuck, dude. It sucks to even think. I didn't even think of that, but yeah, fuck the phones.
Yeah. Yeah, most parties today, you go to a college party. I mean, I was just in school, less than 10 years ago from starting in 2016, and every party you go to, everyone's taking pictures the whole time, taking videos. It's like you can't get away with too much unless you're sneaking off into a separate bedroom and, yelling at anyone that pulls out their phone, but that's it. It's different era now.
Yeah, fucking wacky.
Yeah. This is another thing I wanted to ask you about because it seemed like it was a recurring theme in your interviews and the movies. So you're this kid coming from Montana, all of a sudden you're in the spotlight. When did it start really getting crazy with the girls at these parties? Because you always talk about how it was like a flips, like a switch flipped, and it was all of a sudden you're meeting these, like you said, Playboy models and all this stuff. So was that right off the bat once you started going to X Games?
I mean, yeah, well, the first X Games ever, there was just mad Playboy. It just happened like that. It's not like I was hanging out. It was just like I walked in the house and then, like, I don't know. It was like my age and everything. Like, it gravitated people towards me. And then the next year I won. And, like, it's a crazy thing when you're just there competing compared to when you win.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, it was like a fucking switch that flipped. Year one, I was just like, holy shit, and like kind of like nobody even like no girls like even looked my way. The very next year, I didn't really look that much older, still like not a day past puberty, and I won that shit. And I just remember like after I won that, like go to the Red Bull house that night, and it was like holy fuck, it was just such a different thing, dude. I didn't do anything different but skied better.
Was there, like Iberg's last question about the party, was there a first moment where you're like, holy shit, I can't believe this chick's giving me the time of day?
I mean, yeah, that party. The first girls that I was like blown away by, like CR had met these Mormon girls in Tahoe, but these chicks lived in Utah and I was living in Utah and CR was in Tahoe. And like I wasn't in Tahoe at the time. And CR fucking linked up with one of the girls, and there was a blonde girl named Kelly, and I just like one of the hottest chicks I've ever seen in my fucking life, or was at that point. And she saw some photos of me like that CR had hanging up around his room that I was just like group photos. And CR said who it was, and I just remember CR gave me her number. I texted her, and that night like she rolled over to the condo in Park City. And I had seen a couple photos of her, but like, yeah, that was the first time when she knocked on the door and I opened the door. I was like, oh my fucking God, dude. It's like
I'm over.
Yeah, like it was not normal. It really wasn't. Like that was like the first crazy, beautiful girl that I just like a different, like, again, coming from Kalispell, Montana, dude, you don't really see like stuff like that. And just like when you're not, again, I've been to X Games and I didn't win. And like the very next year to go there and like win, just to have like how much it changes with like people and what they think about just like you winning that contest, It was just weird thinking back on it because like I said, I didn't do anything different. Like I didn't like go back home and learn how to be a fucking swaggered out fucking ladies man and like return the next year and have fucking like a bunch of girls like holy shit, you know.
But didn't you?
No, I did. I did. I did.
All right,
I did 100. But what I'm saying is, I didn't. It wasn't the intent or nothing. And I didn't fuck the year that I went and didn't win at 16 compared to the year where I did go. It was even worse. Like when I won, dude, I had like an pneumonia and I was fucking like sucking down cough medicine and I felt like shit. I looked like shit. And like I still had chicks fucking coming up and fucking throwing themselves at me at these parties because I had just won. But it was.
And imagine this is 17, so they're probably grown ass women.
That's,
in the early 20s, so it's not like in mid 20s.
Yeah, that was
not 17-year-old high school girls.
No, they were not high school girls.
Oh, Tanner,
Tanner did not look like a high school boy. He was still in middle school.
Yeah, it was pretty lit, dude. I gotta say, like again, and I gotta say, growing up in that era, like it's just a different time now. I look at shit like if you ever heard me say like shit's kind of soft now, I'm not ever talking about the writing or like anything when it comes to that, dude. Like, because like if you're gonna say anything soft in what's going on right now, like you're literally fucking retarded. Like this shit is such at a high level, but because it's at such a high level and because the partying lifestyle might derail like such a high level, you know, like it's not a and I'm not saying anything bad. It's just when you got to focus so much and then you got coaches coming into play, then a nutritionist and all these things, like dude, you kind of stop like thinking for yourself on certain things. I'm not saying like Alex Hall and all these kids don't think for themselves. Obviously they do. But when we were younger, like there was a lot more, I think, like us as athletes and skiers, just the characters were, and in snowboarding too. I'm not just saying skiing. I think that there was a lot more characters because like you have something about you that kind of stood out. And like a lot of these riders are just good these days. You know what I mean? Like a lot of them blend together. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying nothing. I think everybody's fucking lit out there and they're doing their thing and it's fucking amazing. But you know, if Gepper's the only one out there now kind of like doing something different and everybody else is kind of on the similar tip, I'm kind of like, wow, that's fucking weird, dude. Like it's just kind of weird to see Gepper of all people like return back to competing, doing pipe, like competing in jeans, whether you like it or not, like t-shirt off, whether you like it or not, a red flaming helmet, whether you like it or not. There's something
that we have an opinion about him.
Exactly. There it is right there. Because a lot of people, dude, are so fucking good. I just don't know. Half the time I'm like, who is this? Because they're all fucking wearing dark clothes with a fucking face mask on with a helmet and black iridium goggles on. So it's like, I don't know. It's just hard. Everything like kind of blends together. And that's why I feel like kids kind of get a little bit soft because like you got to realize when I grew up like watching Dumont and fucking like Mikkel Deschno and fucking all these kids like fight and like go nuts, party, Yoon Olsen like eat a whole can of snooze and like fall asleep on a shower head on his butt and shit and have like the whole Oakley women's snowboarding team in St. Anton like come in and see this shit. It's just nuts, you know what I mean? And like that's nothing's like that is happening anymore. And it's just like it kind of like softens it up where it's like, okay, if it softens up like the off-hill antics of skiing and what it used to have. Now it's just so different because off-hill antics are like it's a bit different. Like obviously there's kids like Alex Hall out there that aren't in the gym all the time and fucking on a trampoline all the time. But dude, there is a lot of kids that are like that, you know what I mean? And like
it's kind of a lifestyle culture freestyle, right? Like in the history from hot dogging through like old school freestyle to the new thing. And I think what you're just trying to say is like
I'm saying it's way too high of a level to fuck around and find out like we did.
You're totally right. That's a great way to end that comment. Yeah, but like that's it. There's too many consequences now to do it. Like I was telling Ethan, how many people we know just like, I mean, I use Shane Anderson an example. Like, I mean, how ill was he? And he ruined his career by doing a backflip off a speaker drunk on cowboy boots. You know, and like we can go through so many people like in our era where fucking around found it out, you know, and these guys were the illest. And so like, I don't know, it added character, it pushed people, it did all that, but it's, I think it's more of the idea of these guys are entertainers, you know, as much as they are athletes. And so now like who's really entertaining us because we want to be entertained. You know, like we watch all this shit and we're like, man, I want to have an opinion about you. I want to love you or hate you, but you didn't give me any reason. And I just gave you 5 minutes of my life.
Yo, straight up, dude. And I fucking hate to say it, but like Instagram and all these reels and shit and all these trends and fucking all this shit, dude, it's not helping like lit fucking pathways. You know what I mean? Like, I hate to say it, but like when there's a dude like Jonas Kangas out there fucking doing what he's doing, and like not a lot of people are fucking like highlighting that type of skiing. I'm like, oh fuck, dude, skiing's way too broad, and now like there's too many fucking retards on Instagram skiing up to people like, hey, do you follow me on Instagram? Can you prove it? Oh, that's so sweet, dude. Here, I got a present for you. That type of shit needs to go somewhere else. Because, like, if they don't realize, like, dude, you guys are coming in with your little influencer fuck. I don't know what the fuck that was, dude. Because I'm confused. I'm too old to get that, and I don't want to get that because it made me feel so awkward that I had to fucking watch that shit. I wish I had the last 20 seconds of my life back because, again, awkward, dude. I like hip hop music. I like skiing. I like skiing with style. I like cats like Deshno. I like cats like Candide. I like cats like Raps. I like cats like CR. I like cats like Dolo, B-Dog. So when I see that type of shit, it's confusing because I'm like, dude, in no way, shape, or form is this going to help like a dude like Jonas Kangas get his like skiing elevated because like I don't know this kid at all, and I just really am a big fan of his skiing, but I don't know if he's going to go to X Games and win.
I'm a big fan too. I've been a big fan since like 2015, man. This kid's been at the illest level.
But in the illest. But I'm like, fuck, dude. If you're not winning, you're not really getting put up on a platform. And I'm like, wow, it's probably hard to find the lit shit now because you got to siphon through so much weird shit. There's too much content now, dude. That's the problem. And like a lot of content's not good.
Not when you're trying to find good art. I mean, even in music, it's the same thing now. People are like, oh man, rap sucks. And you're like, no, it doesn't. We're just flooded with so much content. But no matter what, you can find dope ass music for whatever genre you like nowadays. So no genre is dead. It's pretty awesome. But you just have to search now. Like really, really hard because it's so diluted and dilutes a culture, it dilutes a genre, it dilutes all this shit. And it's, I don't know, it's interesting to watch it through music and in sports.
Yeah, but like anything, dude. All the lit shit gets diluted. But all the fucking lit shit gets diluted though by like all like mainstream shit. And all mainstream shit is never like really all that dope. You will always find something in the underground that will always hold more weight to mainstream. And whether the mainstream shit, whether the mainstream shit, whether it's skiing or music, lyrics or whatnot, whether it's fucking dope, there's some weird ass shit behind who made it. They're not dope. They're not cultured. They're not like it's hard to explain, but like it's the reason why fucking, it's the reason why like Core Mega is never gonna fucking be at the top of the rap charts and shit. But if you go back and listen to any of fucking Mega's songs from like then till now, it's hard to like listen to him and Nas and be like, well, dude, how are you gonna pick?
Yep. Agreed.
I'll tell you guys this as the new head here with the old heads. All the young guys, I don't think anyone in my generation loves social media. We all think it's like a necessary evil, you know? Like I think if you ask most young people, they'd be like, yeah, get rid of that shit. But it's the only tool at their disposal to get big, so it's like they gotta.
Are you sure though, dude? Like
I bet you some kids love it, but the ones that care about art and like making a good product, they're like, fuck, I gotta promote it on Instagram because that's the only way people are gonna see it.
But
Why not make a movie?
is that the formula now, though? Like, why can't we just start saying, you know what, fuck this, dude. I don't even want an iPhone. I want to go back to a flip phone. So so everybody has to wait for my shit. You thought my shit was dope before. Now I'm gonna make everybody wait until my shit drops in a trailer or the fucking film.
Well, that's what ZooSpace does. They released a video in 2020, and they're making you wait till 2025 to even see the next one.
I know, but like
Let's use Candy as an example to be realistic. Like, look at how much you can spread yourself out. Like, you can make that art that ZooSpace makes. You know, so you guys, your generation doesn't need to do the social platforms. You think you do for a sponsorship, but not to produce the art. And if you're really trying to produce art, you're not really thinking about putting a clip out there.
Yeah.
Putting a song over it.
But you always gotta get paid though, and the sponsors care about the following and the views and all that crap. It's a tough battle.
It's so retarded though. It's so retarded at the end of the day because half the time our sponsors are like, "Here, dude, could you make a post for this shit?" And I'm like, "Yeah, I guess." But have you ever fucking gone to my Instagram, dude? Are you sure you want me to like make this weird ass post after all I've been posting is super fucking lit shit that people are hyped on? You really want me that I never go and promote shit. I never do this weird ass like, hey, 15% off, link in my bio. Like I never do that shit. So I'm telling you guys right now, if you think this is a good idea, I will do it because you pay me. But I'm warning you right now, my followers know. And they're going to fucking think this shit's retarded. And every comment's going to be like, bro, fucking go back to posting ski shit, dude. Enough of this shit, dude. You don't need to do this shit. Like, that's like what happens when I try to post shit like that.
Yeah.
I'm not fucking 19, dude. I don't have like that. Like, I don't have that following of like what they get it. If I post something like that, dude, I'm 40 now. It's kind of like, yeah, what is this dude doing? You know what I mean?
Did they ever, back in the MySpace days, did they ever ask you to do anything like that? But way back? No, because like everybody didn't know like what social media was gonna be, especially like fuck right now, dude. Like social media is it, dude. Social media is making people fucking literally pick up guns and put them in their mouths and shoot their fucking heads off. This shit has gone to places nobody thought it would go to.
Well, let me stop. The day Skeen started caring was 2013, and in 2013. Facebook made their video player automatically play on the news feed. And then they didn't allow external videos to be played on the news feed. When this happened, you could post a video and get 1 million views because it was always playing when people were scrolling. So then all of a sudden these companies thought these views mattered more than a new schooler's view. That was 100% a consumer view. More than a YouTube view that at least was suggested. Like now all of a sudden so all of a sudden they got so hyped and they're like, dude, you guys have to post on Facebook. Like you get so much big numbers, you. And it lasts for like 2 years. And then Facebook's like, oh, thanks for all your followers. Now you need to pay to make your followers see your post. You know, so it was like this weird thing that the whole industry just jumped in on the videos on Facebook. Yeah. And that was the beginning of the end of the end.
Iberg, in terms of views, you're talking views. So like when you're putting out your movies, early 2000s, late 90s, how many units are you selling? Like how many DVDs are you selling? What's a good year? Because that's like kind of the only way you can measure viewership back in the DVD, VHS era.
All live back then, right? So there's one. It was a monopoly. and then you had Video Action Sports. So they did this, and then they would normally handle your distribution for other distribution companies around the world. And so like we would hear numbers that people would say, like, oh, TGR.
Yeah, like 2,000.
2,000 units?
Yeah, dude. That's right. Like some of these fucking, remember back in the day, like fucking Dubsky 106 and shit? I was like, get the fuck out of here, bro.
For
Like
us, but I'm
2,000.
saying 2,000, we heard TGR was moving like 30, 40,000 VHSs.
100. But I couldn't believe, like, when I was like, you're going to tell me, really? Like, dude, we had the littest teaser. I was like pissed off young kid back in the day. Like, wait a second here, dude. Y'all are going to fucking say that we only sold this fucking many. Did you all see our teaser? I was like, even Steve Winter.
We got told on that movie, man.
I know. I was like, even Steve Winter felt so threatened that he had to call up Video Action Sports and tell on me and Iber for not having fucking video or music rights for our first ever
video
movie.
rights, because we made the volleyball scene where it was you guys
I know, dude, but fuck that shit, dude. That was so fucking fuck that shit.
Yeah,
that was crazy. Because at the meeting,
there's like 4 film companies that like.
Bro, at the meeting when we showed that movie at the meeting, I fucking got Steve. I pulled Steve Winter into his room, and I was like, bro, like what the fuck, man, like we're homies and shit. Like I'm filming with you. Like we went heli skiing with CR and shit. What are you doing? Like this is me and Iberg's first movie. And he was like, well, what do you want to do? Do you want to fight? A homie asked me if I wanted to fight. I was like, no, dude, I want you to like just be a good guy and tell me why you told on us, dude. That's fucked up. We can't put our movie out. We missed like the sales for Christmas and shit, like because you're petty.
So another film company called up our distributor that distributes all the film companies. Now you have to understand there's only MSP, Poor Boys, Level 1, MSP, TJR, and us. And so because we have no budget compared to anyone else, like we're stealing music. Like we still had a Cali P intro song, but we're like, you know what? Like, dude, we're not like having these things. And then we like didn't care about video rights. So like we like made awesome segments where like we took Top Gun segment and had a volleyball scene where Tanner and CR were Maverick and Goose. And Tanner was Goose. It was awesome. We put a Beanie Baby mustache on him, but we had him play Slider and Iceman. And so it was the dopest volleyball scene you ever seen. But this motherfucker calls up the distribution company. He's like, they stole their music and they stole the footage. He had no. And then their defense was that they were friends, and he just wanted to make sure he let his friend know that his company could get in trouble for distributing our movie.
Yeah, and then Steve told me at Aspen, he was like, dude, you just got to realize, bro, like when you don't pay for music rights, it makes companies like us who pay for it, the music right gets more expensive for us. I was like, what? Bro, that sounds like a lie. Like
dude, the next year there was 180 ski movies made on DVD with stolen movies because of digital mini DVD.
I was tripping. I was like, dog, I don't know if me and Iber didn't fucking pay for a couple tunes, it's gonna make you like break your bank like on tunes, dude. Like
I think fucking actually okay.
Yeah, it was really weird. And that kind of like rubbed me the wrong way, like at that point with that shit.
Yeah. Also affecting the superstar status. You're talking about people being characters and stuff. I think because we consume so much content now, people stand out less just because they fucking get washed in with everyone else. Back in the day, you had kids that were buying your movies and I mean, everyone always says it, they would watch it till the VHS tape got fucked up. Like they would destroy the tape from watching it so much. So I think that plays a role in like the characters today, because you can't be a superstar if someone's not like Tanner. People say that they memorize every trick in your segments. They can recite your tricks in order for different segments, and that's something you don't see today at all.
No, it's not, unless you're hanging out with Henrik Arlo. You know what I mean?
Yeah, well, he's special on
Like
that
that
one.
kid, yeah, he's a special one, dude. That kid knows every monologue from every skier in every ski movie. Knows every skier's birthday and like where they were born and shit, what their mom's name and shit is. It's like, fuck, bro. It's crazy how knowledgeable he is about skiing.
Tanner, what'd you think when you first met Henrik? And Phil, for that matter, since you're close with both of them.
Henrik was nuts. I met Henrik on the side of the road in New Zealand with Iberg, dude. He was like walking by himself at 15 with his ski bag behind his back. Like, I haven't stopped skiing in 2 years. It's like, yo, dude, load up, bro. You're in. You're in. And then Iberg's like, you're going to love this kid. Fucking told me a little bit about him. Then he got in, and me and that kid just fucking, I don't know, linked up for like 4 fucking straight days of like, he stayed at our place for a few days and we just filmed like crazy.
Tell him the first story. Tell him the first actual meeting that night in the hotel room.
Well, no, remember we saw him. We picked him up from the road and we took him to his hotel room.
Now we brought him back and he doesn't talk to you yet.
Oh yeah, and then the first thing he ever says is like he looks up at me all serious and then he starts reciting the fucking Teddy Bear Crisis intro monologue. Like everything that I said, like word for word, like straight to my face. And I thought
like
that
a conversation.
Yeah.
Tanner looks at me halfway through. I never seen Teddy Bear Crisis. Tanner's staring at me while fucking Henrik's talking to him. I'm smoking at the table. I'm looking at Tanner. I'm like, why are you fucking looking at me? Homie's talking to you. And he's like, do you know what he's saying? I'm like, nah. He's like, dude, and so Tanner's talking now while Henrik's talking to him for the first time. He's like, he's saying my whole intro to Teddy Bear Crisis.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's how Henrik communicated his first hello to Tanner.
Yeah, it was pretty lit, dude.
And what'd you think? Were you honored or were
it was crazy?
What the fuck is wrong with this kid?
No, I was definitely honored, bro. Like his shit, he like day one skiing with him. He was such on a level already.
Yeah,
and he just like he liked this shit. There was a lot. I skied around with a lot of people that liked this shit, but like Dolo was different. He really, really liked it.
Yeah. Do you remember?
And that's like
Phil?
it's just like that's the energy you want to be around. Hell yeah, dude. Phil's just different. Phil and Henrik's energies are just way different than each other's. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You remember your first time meeting Phil?
Phil to me is like the most like sophisticated skier there is. He's the smartest human being like out there. Like on skis, you know what I mean? He's very like how he thinks about it, how he goes about it, how he puts it all together in his mind before he does it. It's like it's like a game of chess to him. And he's very different than Henrik. But he's so lit, dude. It's crazy. Their energy is different, you know. Phil's very smart, you know. I'm not saying Henrik's not fucking ADD skiing, you know what I mean? Where like Phil's the reason why Phil can look like how Phil looks like is because Phil is really thinking about how he wants it to look.
Yeah.
Henrik looks the way he looks because Henrik doesn't stop skiing.
I like that. So do you remember your first meeting with Phil?
Yeah, he like broke his collarbone at the Mammoth Rail Jab. And like I kind of helped him out a little bit and whatnot. And I think he was like fucking like 10 or something.
14,
he was 14?
Yeah.
All right, fuck. He looked like he was 10.
He did look little.
Tanner, what's your favorite
little.
What's your favorite party story with Henrik?
Party story with Henrik, dude. I don't want to say anything to get that kid in any fucking type of trouble.
So he does, so he gets a little loose. He gets a little loose.
I don't know if he still does, dude, but back in the day, fuck yeah, he did.
What about, do you have a favorite Iberg party story? This is funny. Like, we're putting you in the hot seat. We got Iberg right here.
I don't want to be in the hot seat. Let's not do anything relevant in the last couple of years. If you have a favorite relevant one, I don't want that one told.
Iberg, dude, there was an X Games party one year where cops showed up and like Iberg went and talked to him. And then they showed up again like probably 15 minutes after, and I remember Iberg just started losing it on the cops. Get the fuck out of here! What the fuck you guys doing back here, man? What the fuck is going on? Fucking bullshit. And my dad at the point, my dad was in the party and shit, and he creeps out the back door and starts walking up the hill a little bit. He's like, "Oh, can't get in trouble." I'm like, "Pops, I think you're good."
Okay, this is the gnarliest night story of my whole entire life, so I'm going to tell the rest of it. So we had a party when Tanner won X Games. It was our Armada house, had an elevator, 5 fucking floors in Aspen. And so it was pretty nuts. It was wild. Like, we had fucking bowls full of like 1/4 pound of weed on the table, like a salad bowl. Like, just getting up at 4 every morning on the grind, there to win. And so Tanner wins, like high, whatever. We have this party. Now, you have to understand, everyone who wins back in the day was underage. Like, no one was 21 or older. So they needed a place to party. So Armada had the after party. So we have everyone over. We have like 400 fucking people. Maybe 350 are under 21. This is 2003. Armada just started. It's the first X Games that Armada has a house. I'm a team manager. Our investors are there from England. Like, we have all our shit. Cops come and they're like, "Iberg, you're the team manager. Handle it." Yo, I'm like, did I just get thrown to the fucking, the wolves just threw me to the wolves, dog. Like, there's like, I go to jail for the rest of my life. My life's over, everything. So I had to change everything about who I was at that moment. Everything in my life. I fucking sergeant, smoke's billowing out. The whole police force at Aspen is there. Like, clouds are coming out. 15-year-old girls are walking out of the house around me. You know, like, they're like, "What the fuck is going on?" And the sergeant's all pissed. He's ready to throw me in jail. There's like 20 cops surrounding me. And I'm like, "Listen, motherfucker, you know that X Games is up for fucking to try to get it to come back?" I go, "We got 20 motherfucking gold medals in this bitch. You want to arrest me or anyone in here? Front page of the newspaper. You know who wins? All of us. You know who loses? Aspen. You ain't getting the X Games back if you arrest every gold medal." And so I'm yelling. He's like, "That's how it works. That's how it works." And I'm like, "Yeah, man." And all these kids are going to get great publicity out of it. Good publicity is bad publicity. And I'm yelling. I'm pissed. I'm drunk. I'm high. I'm fucked up. And so, but I'm like, I know my life could be over in a second. Captain has to come and grab him and pull him aside. And he just goes, "Get everyone out of here. You have a half an hour." I have to stand by the front door with the cops. Cops are like, "How old is she? How old is she?" For like a half an hour, well, smoke billows out. And all I'm thinking is like, I'm getting charged for underage, like, providing. I'm like, I get paid $8,000 a year from Armada, dog. Like, I quit the next like fucking month. I was like, "Yeah, fuck that, man. I ain't never fucking doing that shit again." Great story, Tanner. Let's get back to tea.
Yeah, I mean, you wanna hit one back? What's your favorite Tanner party story?
Everyone.
Fuck, dude, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I fucking just had a good time partying. I partied.
No, Iberg's favorite story about you, not from your perspective, from Iberg's perspective.
What is the funnest one, man? There's so many.
You could talk about.
Here's my funnest one that's pure family fun. So I was with Tanner in CR 2003 in Whistler.
Oh yes, dude.
And so
Mega Man Beach, right? Mega Man Beach.
We find this fucking neon green and purple weed. It smells like you can smell up like the whole town.
No, dude, tell them about the mushrooms. Tell them about the mushrooms, dude, and playing video games all night.
That's where I'm getting. That's why I just have to talk about purple and neon green from Eric, because like I still haven't seen it 21 years later. I need this weed. So get our purple and neon green. Whistler's got the mushrooms. Like, it's just whatever. So we go back to the house. They're doing their training. They're doing the World Ski Invitational in the spring. But Mario Brothers, we're playing like Mario 2 or something. And if you've ever played Super Mario Brother or like Nintendo, it glitches sometimes. And then you got to blow on it or whatever. But when it glitches, you can still play it. Just all the character things are moved around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're sitting there, we're all losing our mind. And we play Mario Brothers but we realize when you hit pause, it takes a layer of beats off. So we're playing in glitch mode for hours, just pretending we're making Mario beats.
Dude, I was the one. I played for like 3 straight hours. You guys just watched. Remember, I tapped into the mode. I fucking got to like the last level, dude. I fucking almost beat the game on glitch mode on fucking like high as a kite on mushrooms, dude. And I don't know what the fuck happened. Like it shouldn't have been like that. Like on glitch mode, like you couldn't even really like see what was going on half the time. And it was like. It was straight muscle memory from like way back in the day. I had Iberg and fucking CR bugging. They were just like, dude, what the fuck? How are you doing this? And it went on like that for like 3 straight hours, and you could press pause and unpause, and we were making beats and shit, smoking that purple and neon green. There was one time we go out on the porch, and I start being like, dude, I think I could fucking puke right now. Like, I bet you I could. I don't know, but I think I could. And CR's like, really? No, dude, I don't think so. Like, why? And I was like, I don't know. I just really think, like, if I wanted to puke right now, I could puke. Iberg's, like, holding a camera, and he fucking just looks over the railing and just starts puking his fucking brains out. It was hilarious. All the puke talk got to Iberg's. All the puke talk got to Iberg's brain.
Back to me, man.
But Iberg's, your puke was so kind of like violent, where me and CR were laughing our faces off, and it got to be like at the end of your puke, like our laughs went from like laughing to like dead, like not laughing at all, being like, dude, are you okay?
I was.
You were just.
Oh man, you guys are ridiculous. I'm so glad that it's Iberg. This is the perfect first old head. Just since you guys have done so much together, it's great.
So many so many stupid ones for sure, but like, yeah.
You guys have traveled together quite a bit, no? Or like was like Tanner when you were going to like Japan and stuff? Was Iberg there, or was that only when you guys were going to Jamaica?
Did you go to core games that year, Iberg?
Yeah, I was with the second year. The year I went with like the Phils and stuff, like where Paula did that 3 from tombstone to tombstone, broke his back. Fucking some dude ski boarder died.
Yeah, you were there. You were there. Yeah, you were there.
But I was with the Smith team. We got the weed from the Smith guy. This is the dopest shit.
Oh yeah, talk about this, because Japan, they're super duper strict about the weed.
And then I'm done. Then we got to go back to Tanner. But this was ill.
Yeah, I got a good story about a chick asking for stickers.
All right, Iberg, let's hear your story.
Get off the plane. I'm with the Phils and like NCR, and the Smith guy picks us up, and he knows like CR smokes, and so he brought up like a big bag of weed, and he gives it to CR in the van, and he's like, "You don't know where this came from. You cannot have it. You go to jail. I go to jail. We all go to jail." And then we're like, "We got weed," and it was just so fucking awesome. But like, yeah, that was my highlight about that, because it never happened again. Both times I went back to Japan twice, and it was not fun to find.
Tanner, let's hear about this chick with the stickers.
Yeah, well, Raps kept telling me if like a girl asks you for stickers, like it's a good fucking leeway that they want to hook up. And I thought that was the weirdest thing. He might have just been fucking with me. But a girl, like, I was signing autographs one year, or that year that we were talking about, the year that Paula got hurt and the ski boarder got hurt. I just remember signing autographs at the bottom of the hotel. And this chick, I signed her autograph, took a photo with her, and then she waited until I was done, and she asked me if I had any stickers, and I said, up in my room. And then Raps was in the room, and I walk in there, and I was like, yo, I'm just trying to grab some stickers for this chick. And he was like, yo, you want me to fucking get out of here? And I was like, no, not at all. Because, like, in my brain, I still didn't believe that. And I was just, like, thinking, like, I was going to grab her some stickers and that was going to help me out, like, go down there and have a couple beers and fucking keep the night going. Well, I got her a couple of stickers, and then we went outside and went down the stairwell. And halfway in the stairwell, I just started hooking up with her. And it was like my first Japanese chick I hooked up with. It was pretty lit.
That is dope, man. I never heard about the sticker thing.
Yeah.
They ask for stickers, you're in. Fuck, how much people missed the boat on that?
Raps, dude. Raps gave me the intel about the stickers, bro. I couldn't believe it.
Tanner, when I had Ryan Ski Bum interviewing people at Dew Tour, and he got a great story out of you about you being scared of the Japanese food when you were there as a kid. Had somebody send you out PB&J. You remember that?
Yeah.
Well,
it was just gnarly. Like there, like at some, like I don't know. I Naiba just didn't have like the food, and it was buffet style. You know what I mean? So that was like the free food, and I just wasn't about the free food. And there wasn't like grocery stores around. Naiba was like, it's like a big resort, like ski. It's like a big ski resort with like not a city around it. So like you'd take a train in there, and it was like I'm real at the time, and you know I was already a picky eater, dude. I didn't eat anything in the States, let alone like go to Japan and like see that dude who cracked a raw egg on.
all right, you're back.
Looking at the dude who was like the first breakfast morning. The guy took the raw egg, just cracked an egg, put it on top of like the sardine on a like little bed of rice, and he started chopping it all up, and that's like started eating it, and it was all cold as shit. And I'm just like, no, there's no fucking way. Like I can't. And dude, I was so scrawny and little just because like I was such a picky eater. So yeah, that wasn't the only trip though, dude. There's been a lot of trips where I went places where it was like the eating was really hard for me.
Well, I mean, you've had a cool experience. You're a kid from rural Montana, and then all of a sudden, you're getting sent around the world to all these different cultures and all these different cuisines. You must have been just bugging and like
bugging, dude, bugging. When I went to Beirut, Lebanon, that shit was fucking bananas. That shit was bananas because there was a lot of times where we ate, you had no menu, and like you were just given what you had to eat. You know what I mean? And I just remember just being like, where the fuck am I, dude? What the fuck is going on? Like, this is bananas. Like, not even thinking about skiing when you're looking at some of the shit that you're looking at.
You should talk about this, man. This is how dope skiing was. Like, Rosnell brought Team Rosnell, the free ride twin tip kids, to Beirut, Lebanon, where there's ski culture. They had big airs on scaffolding in 2004 and 5 and stuff. And Tanner went there in 2002. And
2001.
Yeah. So put it in perspective where that is in history right now.
Yeah, you went there in 2001.
And everything, and Tanner's going there.
I went there in February of 2001 and September 11th of 2001. That shit that went down. Bro, I was in Beirut, right? I was in the mix. We're fucking looking at, you can ask Raps to validate this shit, because me and him were sharing a room after like the ski portion of the trip was done, and we had like 4 nights or 3 nights in Beirut. Bro, I remember first night we're fucking laying in bed, and all of a sudden, like, we didn't get into bed until like probably 2 a.m. because like we were out on the town and whatnot. So at midnight when the prayer fucking tune came on, like I think I was probably in the club and shit and just didn't hear shit. You know what I mean? Dude, I'm laying in bed at 3 a.m. and I hear this fucking because at the time I'm 17. And I never heard nothing like that except for like on the news. And I just remember I'm about ready to fall asleep, and you just hear it just start blaring like, and it's like, bro, my every hair stood up on my shit, because like that's where it hit me. I was like, yo, we like aren't anywhere near
not Montana no more.
We ain't near, like, fuck Montana. We ain't even anywhere near Western culture, bro. Like it was the craziest culture shock of my life at 17 to like hear that, you know what I mean? But then, bro, Beirut was like craziest parties like you'd ever seen. The nightclubs were insane there, and fucking women were just crazy beautiful. And the place is no joke. The place was no joke. Beirut was one of the most lit shits. But going back to like that September 11th shit. Think about like me and Raps would be watching TV, and like normal shows would be on, and then it would cut to commercial. Bro, they would have fucking commercials for like Hezbollah, Al Qaeda, fucking all these like terrorist groups to like come and join them, like advertisements. And September 11th didn't happen yet, right? So it's pre fucking all this terrorist talk, you know what I mean? But me and Raps, like, I got to see, like, dude, I was in the fucking mix first and foremost. Like, look where Beirut is, dude. Right now, like, fuck. They're like, yo, fuck you, Israel. Like, we're Hezbollah. We're fucking not normal. We're gonna start fucking launching missiles at you. That's where that shit is. That's where we were, bro. And we saw heavy ass shit, bro. I'm telling you,
There's people with guns, you said, right, on slope, like full military on slope.
Bro, at La Faria, yeah, the ski resort La Faria, because at the top it's the border of Israel. So they got mad people from Hezbollah up there being like, "You ain't going down the backside of this bitch." And they got, dude, it's crazy because when you park in the ski resort, the mountain, like from the lift from like where the lodge is to the very top to where the dudes are all standing on the ridge line, and there's no trees at the ski resort and shit. So when you look up, dog, I'm telling you, like straight up, like Al Qaeda looking, like with the scarves and stuff, AK-47s in their hands, no snow pants, no snow jackets, just boots, no gloves, all just homies up there posted, just being like, yo, we're guarding. This is the border. You ain't going to Israel. Nobody goes to Israel.
That's some real skiing.
Yo, that skiing, dude. That skiing took me to shit like that, bro. I got to fucking ski in the forest of the cedars out there. You know what that shit is? That's written in the Bible, bro. That's fucking where God or where Jesus supposedly walked around and fucking, like, it's this huge like forest of cedar trees, and supposedly that's where Christ used to kick it back in the day.
I would have done that.
Bro, that shit is guarded by military, and they let us. There's one ski pommel lift right there at the Forest of the Cedars because it's a military base that guards it. So they put a pommel lift up there to teach their military how to shred and shit. So I'm like, holy fuck, I'm riding like a pommel lift with like a dude with like a fucking AK-47 in front of me, a dude with an AK-47 behind me, Raps behind him, fucking another dude with an AK behind Raps, fucking Baptiste Roussette, fucking telemark skier behind him, dog. And we fucking start shredding, and it's just pissing rain, and it's the worst conditions ever. But I'm just bugging like, dog, what?
Tanner's an albino American. Raps is a Jew American. And like, think of the location.
Yeah, we got off the plane, and the first thing they said to Raps was, Raps was wearing a Star of David, and our guide, like, first thing he came up, he was like, "Yo, bro, take that off and like put that away until you go home."
That's crazy. Did you find
Heavy,
weed,
right?
Did you find weed there?
Hell yeah, we had mad hash. It was sick.
Oh yeah. I forgot about the hash angle of it. Yeah. Wait, I gotta ask you because this. I mean, I think we've succeeded already, even though we're just getting started. But I'm getting new stories. So, where were you on 9/11? Because we're already talking about 2001, and I want to hear your perspective of it as a 17-year-old Tanner that was just in the Middle East.
Say that again.
Where were you on September 11th, 2001? Do you remember that day?
Yeah, I was in Park City, bro. I was in Park City, and I remember coming. Dude, yeah, it was crazy. I rolled a spliff. I was getting ready. I made some coffee. I came down. I put the TV on, and fuck, I saw the news. Like, whoa, what the fuck? Then Kerry Miller like breaks down my door almost. Like, we got to get up to the Utah Olympic Park. We're under attack. We need to take shelter. I was like, man, get the fuck out of my house. What are you fucking doing? Shut the fuck up, bro. It was insane. It was insane. And I had that reaction because like it made me all nervous. Like I was like, don't fucking kick down the door and fucking like come in screaming shit like that, bro. Like, because it actually like had me panic for a second. So that was like my natural reaction back in the day was tell him to shut the fuck up. And yeah, then me and Carrie just kind of sat there by the TV, and I was like, holy fucking shit. And he's like, yeah, dude, we're under attack. In his brain, he thought.
The second one hit live, or did you turn it on after?
No, we saw the second one hit live.
Oh, I did too. That was nuts.
It was crazy.
Crazy.
And it didn't take much time for that movie Loose Change to come out and shit and like be like, what the fuck, dude? What the fuck? That was the first movie that fucked my brain up on everything. Before Loose Change, I thought everything was like what they fucking said it was.
Yeah.
Can't believe the World Wrestling Federation was fully real when I met him. We would
100 and shit, 100. And then it's just but then I saw that movie, bro, and I'm telling you, something fucking changed in my brain, and I don't know what it was, but dude, ever since that movie, like a lot of people give Ahmet Dadali shit, right? Like for what he has to, like his views and what he posts. Okay, like all the people that think he's nuts. Every time he posts something, legitimately fucking tap on it, watch that post. If you want to fucking go research that post that he fucking actually posts and go find out for yourself, dude, Ahmet's not posting bullshit. What's scary is Ahmet's posting the fucking truth, and how many fucking idiots out there are like, dude, look at this rhetoric. Look at this dangerous rhetoric. It's like, is that where we're at? Is that you drink that much tap water with that much fucking fluoride and all these aluminum metals that your brain's that fucked up, or you're gonna fucking say the truth is rhetoric? That's crazy to me.
Yeah. Ahmet's been getting a lot of shit. Iberg, did you think at any point in this interview we'd be talking about 9/11?
Yes. Because we can tangent so awesomely. Like that's the best part, man. Because it's not like, I don't know. It's fun that I didn't think 9/11, but it actually does fun. Like, because I was like, fuck, I thought you lived in Tahoe at that time, because I did, and then I know you came out that way, like right after. But
yeah, crazy. Yeah, I love the travel stories, man. Like, I love all the. I mean, you guys have just gone to like every corner of the world together, and you guys being in Jamaica with all those dudes. And getting jammed up. Who's the one that almost got arrested, Tanner? Was it you or was it Iberg?
Yeah, that was me. That was ridiculous, dude. That was a crazy fucking. I'm smoking a joint out in the fucking parking lot of Montego Bay's airport because Richie and
we just hang out in the international airport, like and smoke some weed.
Whatever, dude. Richie and Full Clip was like, dude, it's legal. It's like, yeah, we all smoke out here. I was like, all right, motherfuckers, you're from here. We light the joint up, dude. They smoke their smokes, and then it gets to me. I take my first puff, and Richie and fucking Full Clip like drop whatever they have in their hands, and they just turn around and like get out right away. And I'm like still pulling on the joint. I'm like, what the fuck? And I hear this freeze, and I turn around, and I was like, oh, you got to be fucking kidding me, dude. And those dudes just took off on me. So I like fucking get taken to the fucking police station at the fucking hot airport, and I'm trying to tell the dude like, yo, buddy, relax. Like, I'm really sorry. And he's like, shut the fuck up. He kept telling me to shut the fuck up, kept punching me in my back every time I'd open my mouth. And he's just telling me to shut the fuck up. You're going to jail. We're going to book. All I'm thinking is like locked up abroad at this point. And we get in there and fucking dude takes my passport, takes my fucking ID, goes upstairs, starts processing it. Then our fucking producer, this dude Phantom, he fucking basically kicks the door down to the fucking police station and then starts asking for the guy's name that arrested me, the white man. He kept like, yo, give me the officer's name who arrests the white man. Give me the officer's name who arrests the white man. And he's yelling, and all the cops are like standing up from their desks and all coming to the front of their desks and like yelling at him. And at one point I stand up and I look at Phantom and I was like, dude, can you please get out of here? Like, you are not helping the situation at all. So, but there was a cop that fucking comes up to Phantom and like kind of like pushes him outside, and Phantom, like, the dude fucking like leans over and like tells Phantom the name of the cop that fucking grabbed me. Phantom goes outside, calls some fucking gnarly gangster. The gangster calls the fucking police station, and about 2 minutes later, I have the fucking cop coming down to me with my passport and ID in his hands, and he's shaking. Dude's fucking like, and his demeanor was way different. It wasn't shut the fuck up anymore. It was, I had no idea, and I am so sorry. And then all of a sudden, Phantom kicks the door back open, and he fucking has this stance of like confidence, and he takes like 2 steps forward and points at the guy, and he goes, "You got the call, didn't you?" And then him and all the cops start laughing. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on in here?
Not like America.
No, and then we drive straight. I get in the car, and then Phantom's like, we got to go to ATM. You got to get out 250 American dollars. And I was like, that's totally fine. And then we drove to some crazy fucking gate to some mansion, and that was the gangster's house. And Phantom fucking made us all wait in the car while he opened, the guy opened the gate for Phantom, and Phantom walked up this super long driveway where he just disappears. We don't even see the house. And he goes and pays the gangster off, and then that was that. And then later on that night, we're smoking weed at the fucking ocean in Montego Bay, and I fucking get past the joint to me from fucking Richie. And again, I'm pulling on the joint, and I hear this, "Hey," and I look behind me, it's the cop. It's the fucking cop in the cop car who's like, "What are you doing?" Our boy Full Clip stands up. He's wagwan, and he's like putting his head in the window, like, "Yo, me a artist, brethren, me a artist," and he's fucking smoking the joint, blowing the fucking smoke in the cop car and shit. And I'm just sitting here like, what the fuck is going on?
Everyone surround the cops and everyone go, "You get paid today. You get paid today. Get the fuck out of here."
Yo, it was crazy.
Because they got their money, right? So everyone got paid. Like he had to, because they all did their shit. Like Tanner and I are just sitting there. I'm throwing my doobie into the ocean. Tanner's like,
dog. The first time we ever went to try to open our bank account for the business, they always have greeters at the banks in Jamaica. So like if anybody that walks in, there's a dude with a clipboard that will walk up to you and say like, "How can I help you today?" And we were like, me, Iberg, Phantom, and Callie were like, "Yo, we're here to set up a business account for our new music label." That motherfucker was like, "Yo, you're artist? Yo, listen. I just copyrighted the word God. So if you say..." No, he said God.
I thought it was Jara.
No. He said he copyrighted the word God. Meaning, and he tried to explain to us, like me, Iberg, and Phantom, and Callie. And Callum, right when that dude said that, Callie looks at him and he just goes, "Bombo clot." Looking at him like, this motherfucker's crazy. He thinks he can fucking copyright the word God. And the dude tried to say if we use the Lord's name in vain, like you have to pay him like a retribution or like a royalty or something. And you're like, dog, you are fucking out of your goddamn mind. Show us somebody that can help us out, dude. I want to hear about your clothing line or how you copyrighted the word God. Jesus Christ, where the fuck are we, Iberg?
To make it special. It's fucking awesome.
Dude, it was insane, bro.
Dude. That's ridiculous.
Dude, the first night we ever showed up where we had our house, me and Iberg show up and like the house was finally set up and we get there was supposed to be some big party that we were going to go to, and me and Iberg smoked like 3 joints in a row and we just ended up passing out. And fucking we wake up in the morning, we're watching the news, the party that we were going to show up to, Movado shows up with his brothers. And fucking a cop gets out of a cop car, walks right up point blank to Movado's brother's face, puts a gun into it, and shoots his fucking head off.
So we were going to go to Movado's birthday bash. 2010, Movado's the biggest artist in the world other than Vibes Cartel and the dancehall genre. So we were going to go to his birthday bash. And then we just didn't. And so it's like every day there's like one of these. So it's total culture shock for us going into this world where death is kind of a daily occurrence almost. So it's just like, I don't know, it's a wild thing. But So we were walking $1,000 bills as white guys down there, but at the same time, we were untouchable because we're foreign, and no one touches a foreigner because it brings extra heat where they all already own their situation. You don't want to fuck with outside government if you own your.
Bro, I saw pure separation down there. Gee, there's a homeless man there that we in Iberg saw for 3 straight years. For the 3 straight years that we went down there, there's a dude that hung out at fucking Nova Scotia Bank, in between Nova Scotia Bank and the Pizza Hut. This dude had one crutch underneath his arm. This dude looked like he'd never showered. This dude probably broke his fucking leg, like his tib fib. Had to have broken that thing in half, snapped it clean in half, probably 20 years ago. And he takes a step and puts the crutch down with his good leg. So it's like, damn, dude, homie, your good leg's not good. And when he steps on his other leg without the crutch, we would watch this leg fold in half, and this man would drop to the fucking floor, pick himself back up, walk another step with the crutch on his fucking what was a good leg, the leg that didn't fold in half, but he had to have a crutch because that leg was fucked up. But then he would put his other leg down, and the shit would fold in half 90 degrees, and it would drop him to the floor. I had to, dude, it broke my fucking heart, bro. Because like I'd never seen, and I'm like, this guy's a savage, because he's still around and he's alive. He's still walking like that for 3 straight years, and he'd probably been doing that for 20 fucking years. And I'm like, it hit me like we got gnarly shit in the States, but bro, I saw some fucking crazy shit down there where it like really makes you thankful for like the scenarios that we've all been born in, because there's some shit out in the world that's really, really heavy to take in.
Yeah. And they think, like, honestly, to be like, I told you, Ethan, like, what I admire most about Tanner is his work ethic, right? Like, I can't work harder than Tanner. Like, and so when you go down there, you realize these people have nothing and they can outwork you. No one can outwork a Jamaican.
And they don't even need to eat food, dog. Like, that's the crazy thing. They can work fucking so long, so many hours, and so hard with one meal a day.
It is people for appreciating life and making the most of it, because they have nothing. They'll look doper than you. They'll have 2 outfits. They'll fucking do whatever they have. They have nothing that you have, and they do it 800 times better than the people that have something. So it's just like this constant, and that's the only reason we vibed with it, because it was the idea that we only vibed with the idea of work harder. You know, that's it. We're nothing like anyone down there.
Yeah.
Look at us. Think about it. We come from a luxury sport, and dancehall reggae music is considered poor people's music. And we married
and a straight gangster type of music, bro. Like we were down there to like make some reggae music with Cali P, but dog, if you're going to Kingston, it's not reggae music.
But I'm just saying the poor culture, it has gangsterism. You know, because
100. That's not 100. 100. All that music down there, dude. It's like you never fucking seen. You think we like music up here and like people like to go to concerts and shit? Dog, these people down there, their energy, it's like the only thing you can compare it to is a punk rock show up here. But nobody's
a punk rock show that goes at 8 at night until 9 in the morning.
Yeah, and nobody's drunk and nobody's fucked up, but they all bring fireworks. And when the song is like, when it drops and it gets really hot, people start blasting off fireworks and fucking torches and fucking air horns. And it's like a fucking crazy, like, English Premier Soccer game where you're like, dude, what is happening right here? It's like, it's almost too much.
We watched Bounty Killer get bottled. Like at the whole crowd of 30,000 people throwing bottles at a legend of 30 years because the new up-and-comer Vibes Cartel talks shit on him. We're sitting there at 6 in the morning after being there for 8 hours going, oh my God, there's like 30,000 people throwing bottles.
We legitimately had to fucking leave because it got to the point where, dude, me and Iberg had people, like when fucking Bounty Killer came on, we had people that were waving these Sizzla Kalungi flags like right in front of us, but they were like a group of like straight fucking gangster kids. And I remember when it got later on during the show, because they were drinking Hennessy all night. And then when the sun started coming up and fucking people started bottling fucking Bounty Killer, there was a group of kids that kept looking back at us and fucking just waving their flags like really intense in our face. You know what I mean? But we were good. We had Pumpy there and shit. But literally had to get the fuck out of there because the energy got so heavy that they loved their music so much that it got to the point where they're like, yo, white man, what?
And we're the only two guys out of 30,000.
100. I was like, I really need to get the fuck out of here.
Where this like is. And this, you have to understand these people, there's 4 big concerts a year on the island, 4 humongous ones that go like this. And there's 2 clashes, and Follow the Arrow and Sting. And we went to Follow the Arrow, and this was at the biggest beef. This is like Tupac, Biggie shit. Vibes Cartel.
This is the type of shit that will never come around again, dude. It was the height of the height. It was Biggie Pac shit, dude. And me and Iberg somehow fucking like timing just had us on the island when shit was the craziest and the most hot, like heated, violent people, because like the Gully and the Gaza, it's either like you were Gaza or you were Gully. And if like you were claiming Gaza out in like Gully territory, you were going to get killed. That's like how heated it was when we were on the island. So
and that's just like walking across a bridge, like in a ghetto where everyone ghetto, dirt floor, tin walls.
Straight up, dude, we were chilling in cassava piece and whatnot, like where straight Mavado was born and whatnot. And like if you say Gaza in cassava piece, it's like there's shit you just can't do. That's like going into fucking blood territory, like wearing straight all blue.
Fun story. First time we go to Jamaica, we're in an airplane, I think Atlanta down to Kingston. And no one flies into Kingston, right? So
don't tell them this story.
I have to. It's awesome.
Oh, dude.
So we're sitting there, and the first class is like 2 seats in the front that are not a different size, but you know who's sitting in first class. So in Kingston, so we see this guy, and there's the artist named Kid Cudi that we thought was the shit at the time. And he's still pretty awesome. Like, he's a fucking huge artist. And we totally thought it was Kid Cudi. We're like, man, that's Kid Cudi up in the front seat. No fucking way. Fuck yeah. So we're getting our luggage. And I'm like kind of poking Tanner. I'm like, yo, you should go say what up. Like that'd be dope. Like, kind of just like, you're Tanner Hall. Like, why wouldn't you? You know, like, rather than me do it myself. And so he went up. He's like, yo, are you Kid Cudi? He's like, no, my name's Drake.
No, he didn't say that. He didn't say Drake. He didn't say Drake, but I looked at him. I was like, yo, you Kid Cudi? And he looks at me and he just goes, no. And I felt so retarded because I was like, at the time, I was like, well, my bad. I didn't feel that retarded. But then when Phantom shows up, I point over. I was like, dog, I thought that was Kid Cudi. And Phantom looks up and he goes, no, man, because that's Drake.
Or this is before Drake blew. Like, this is before he blew the fuck up. So he was coming down there and it was just starting. So it was probably later that year that he blew up in end of 2000.
Yeah, so I walked right up to Drake in the Kingston airport and asked him if he was Kid Cudi.
T, I got some more questions for you since we're already talking about running celebrities. You got any other good celebrity stories? You were partying with Eminem. You asked Drake if he was Kid Cudi. You got anything else that's pretty good?
Yeah, I did cocaine with fucking Mickey Rourke in some club in London back in the day when I was out there for the London Freeze Big Air. My legs were fucked up, so I kind of went out there to judge. And I was out there with an ex-girlfriend of mine, this chick Molly, and my agent Tom. And it was wild. I went down there because, like, the dude who owned Armada owned this club, and he sent me there. Or I didn't even know if he owned this club, but he, like, yeah, I think he did. I think he owned, like, the 10 Portman Square and everything on this shit. But it was nuts because he sent us to this club, like, and we walk up to the club, and the bouncers are kind of looking at us like, nah, I don't know if you're at the right spot. And I bring up Piers, and this one dude comes running up, and he's like, Piers Portman, Tanner Hall? "Oh my God, Piers is so stinking rich. Follow me." And all he said, he brought us down to the VIP room, and Mickey Rourke was in there with some chick with like her shirt off and like basically almost had her bra peeled off and shit. And then me and Molly get in there, started hanging with him, and then dude had some blow, and I don't do that shit ever, really, at all. But I'm like, this is Mickey fucking Rourke, dog. Like that's like if James Dean was still alive or some shit and was like, yo, you want to do some blow? It's like, how you gonna say no to that shit?
How old was he?
He just got fucking done shooting that movie, The Wrestler.
So he's older. So he was older, late 50s.
Yeah,
early 60s,
for
maybe.
sure.
Yeah.
But he was still lit as fuck, dude. He was like calling me an old soul all night and shit. Like we were partying, bro. Like I can legitimately say me and Mickey Rourke kicked it hard for 3 straight hours in a VIP room. Like just, dude, we kicked it so hard, homie stopped kicking it with his chick, and his chick was like all chilling by herself in the corner, like looking at herself in some makeup mirror, and it was like Mickey, my chick, and me. It was lit, dude.
I'd say the biggest celebrities we know is the fucking Armada investor guy. He's got.
No, I mean, he's not really celebrity though. Like celebrity, dude. Mickey Rourke, Iberg. Like, go back and like look at
baller. I mean, I'm just tangenting on that because you met Mickey Rourke through the investor of Armada. You know, like, and I think that's what's crazy too, because like we're talking Armada. You know, like where Armada, like it was the investors from England were why Armada exists.
You talk about that?
Yeah, dude.
Because I don't know shit about the investors or anything like that.
Talk about what?
Who Iwerk's talking about? These rich guys that pumped money into Armada.
Yeah, well, dude, they were just fucking really awesome dudes. There was one guy, Piers. He had a lot of cash.
Let's tell the story, Tanner. Let's give them their props, man. Like, how did you guys know who they were? Because like we met them through all the Oakley connection, right? Through Verbier and all that.
Well, no, O'Connell met Piers at Verbier, and that's kind of like how that kind of started. O'Connell fucking fully met Piers partying out in Verbier, and Piers invited him up to his like penthouse, and that's when they started talking.
Oh,
Piers was just crazy, dude. Like the craziest shit was just X Games every year, like the houses that he would get, and like how generous the dude was, and like it just didn't seem like a pocketbook really worried, like he was worried about that shit. There was like 5 years in a row I remember of like X Games antics where I was like, holy shit, dude, this is fucking getting out of hand. And they just did everything possible to keep Armada going, and we got kind of lucky with being around like baller status, dude. Piers,
like we're talking 500-year generational wealth.
Wow.
That was an investor.
Do you know where they made their money from?
Well, Piers is like bloodline back to the Queen, I think, dog. It's all like a trust. It's all a family trust. And Piers is the youngest son, you know what I mean? So he got the least amount of money, but his net worth was like still 2-point-something billion.
Holy shit, dude.
And these guys the structure, just to be clear, was Piers was an individual that loved the identity of Armada. And then there was a company called Sports Vision, which was one of his lots of companies he owned. And then there was 2 awesome guys, Chatsmate and Jeremy.
Yeah, Jeremy was Chatsmate, that Julian.
And these guys were awesome, and they ran Sports Vision, and that was the company that technically invested in Armada.
Yeah, but Piers' fucking buddy was crazy deep, dude. Remember when stem cell research started kicking off in Germany?
Yep.
You remember that, Ethan?
I don't remember it kicking off in Germany, but I'm aware of the big trend of stem cell research. Yeah.
Yeah, well, like right when stem cells started kicking off, like the initial like doctors being able to start fucking studying them and doing them, he gave the initial fucking investment for that research to like happen in Germany. Like that's what does. That type of money shit. This ski shit was like, yo, I'm fucking into it. I love to ski.
It was for them to ride up a lift and say, I own a ski company. Tanner Hall's our guy. Woo!
Tax write-off. Could have been like a little bit of a tax write-off. You know what I mean?
But I want to say this right now, T, and you'll probably say the same thing. Big up Pierce, big up Julian, big up Jeremy.
Big up all of them, dude. Fuck yeah, dude. Man. They were lit.
It's the only reason Armada happened was because of these human beings in England. And they deserve their props. They deserve their props for keeping Armada alive for the first, 8 years. And so I don't know. If they ever hear this, man, I want to make sure they know that.
Yeah, I mean, we've been talking a lot. I've been listening to a lot of interviews. That's the first I've ever heard of those guys, ever. So that's wild.
Because you need investment, It's an expensive thing to make molds of skis and
Dog, and there's some people out there with fucking stupid money.
Oh yeah. It's crazy.
Stupid fucking money, dude. Look at Jake Paul and shit. Look at some of these kids. I'm like, dog, what is going on here? What the fuck is actually going on? We all talk about fucking, inflation. It's so hard to fucking, afford shit. And then you go on Instagram and you're like, well, no, it's not. Not for fucking all of fucking, what's going on in mainstream media, for fuck's sake, dude. It fucks everybody's goddamn brain up.
Yeah. And T, it's interesting because I think in terms of the most, people probably look at you and they're like, oh, he made a bag off of skiing. He's probably fucking rolling in it from skiing. And obviously you look at other athletes and it's skiing doesn't even scratch the surface of how much money you can make in sports. But who from your era or whenever was really getting paid in skiing?
You'd Olsen?
Yeah, facts. Yeah.
You were getting paid though. When
yeah, I was getting paid. I'm not gonna lie.
Top paid guy in the mid 2000s.
Yeah. 110%, bro.
Can you?
And I did. And the good thing was,
I think it'd be super interesting right now. Do you remember what you got paid from your sponsors in 2005?
Yeah, well, the good thing was, dude. The good thing was I was taking all that money and putting it into an IRA and putting it into life insurance policies and fucking. I got money, making money on top of money that I'm not going to touch until I'm 59. But when I do touch it at 59, that shit is tax free. So I got some shit set up that is good. Because a lot of people didn't fucking do that, dude. A lot of people didn't have parents that were wanting to do that shit for their kids, that I was around. So I got lucky on that tip.
Do you remember your numbers?
Well, fuck, dude. Do
you remember your max year at Oakley, late 2000s, when you were the largest selling pro model goggle, when you had a salary for eyewear and clothing?
Dude, I made in 1 year off my pro model goggle sale alone. I made $100,000 off of 1 year for Oakley.
And what do you think was your contract that same year for clothing and eyewear?
It was maybe 250 or 275, maybe.
And what do you think that year? So you're at 375 with Oakley. What do you think that year you made with a Red Bull?
That was 200.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to put it in perspective, because it's fun. As I think that I keep hearing as I listen to kids, no one's ever talked about the salaries they make. And instead of just people saying, oh, that everyone used to bank in the past, it's know a number, know why they made that number, and etc. But I don't know. I think it's super interesting. I think other kids will be.
Yeah, no, probably nobody says a word because their sponsors are probably yo, don't fucking tell anybody that we're fucking ripping you off, right? We ain't giving you health insurance. We ain't doing shit, dude. And if you get fucking hurt, we're gonna basically say good luck. So don't fucking tell anybody shit.
Yeah. I was always the advocate. I always spread when I travel with the Phils and stuff. I would tell everyone what each other made. Because it was so important. Because everyone was their own. The Phils were their own agents and managers at the time, so they knew what like the other new Canadian Air Force was making or stuff like this. And they had to go in and talk to their companies and be able to say, hey, homies are making $100,000. I beat homie last month. Because you weren't paid like that. It was just random numbers that companies could afford, you know, and stuff like that. And then like as Tanner, like as his dominant year, probably 2007, 8, he's talking about, he won Ski of the Year, Movie of the Year, X Games half pipe, X Games quarter pipe, was a legend for a decade. So to put that in perspective for those numbers as well, to not just say, oh man, the money was there. No, the money had to be earned for a fucking decade. So just to put that in perspective too, if you got a decade worth of work, I think those numbers are still possible today. But we haven't seen anyone be a leader for a decade still.
Yeah. And you're definitely not hearing anyone talk about it today unless they're talking about how little they're getting paid.
Exactly.
No, dude, you're too busy fucking trying to figure out. I can't say it right now.
Leave it. Tanner, what's as a young man making a lot of money, what was the most ridiculous thing that you bought? Were you big into watches, cars, boats, snowmobiles? What was your big purchases?
I don't know, whips and fucking houses, bro. Yeah, I brought a lot of weed too.
What type of cars were you buying?
BMW, some trucks, big ass van. Had a condo in Mammoth, condo in Park City.
Yeah, that the condo in Mammoth. That's a cool story. I think you shared that on the bomb hole. You bought that at 17 and then flipped it for like $150,000 profit a year later. Is that how that went down?
8 months later.
He would have held on for a decade. He would have made $1 million.
Yeah.
Yeah, but dude, it was all good. I fucking put it on the market and it sold in like 5 days.
That's insane.
Yeah, it was pretty lit, dude.
You lived in Mammoth, that place right that you partied at our house with Phil and Sarah.
Yeah, dude.
Place for $240 in 2002. Its value today is $6.8 million.
It's fucking weird, dude. It's so weird how shit. Yes, like I even posted something to my Instagram the other day where I was like, "Well, I'm glad to see prices ski towns going down." You're just looking at like minimum fucking like average price lines for houses, and you see Aspen. It had some dumbass price like 19 fucking million. I was like, dude, what the fuck? Get at like, I get it, dude. I get it, but like, get the fuck out of here with that price. 19 fucking $million to what? Say you live in some fucking place that isn't even that good.
Yeah,
you could buy like 100 houses for that price.
Whatever, dude. Go to Revelstoke and shit, dude. You got actually mountains there and shit, and like Whistler and shit. Like those places are lit. Like you're gonna go spend 19 million to sit in Aspen. Like you're a fucking idiot. Like if you're doing that, you're an idiot.
Tanner, they a lot of the athletes today talk about how they're not getting paid, and like they're especially relative to how many viewers it's bringing in now. Do you remember how much you were making in competition earnings at your peak of like winning most competitions? Or like what, like an X Games, an X Games gold medal would have gotten you back in the day. Like, do you remember?
What's different though, to Tanner, for your memory, just add in people like Oakley would match winnings.
Yeah.
In a contract. So if Tanner won X Games for 30,000.
Yeah, dude, it was crazy. Like we were making money back in the day, and now what I'm seeing is I just don't get how many more people are into the sport. How many fucking remember all that shit everybody talked like, dude, the Olympics is gonna just flow. It's gonna be so great, like it just Olympics are gonna provide so much opportunity with like money. Ever since the Olympics have taken over, dude, there is less pro contests and less money. I don't know what the fuck is going on, but somebody explain that to me. Like, somebody explain that to me. Somebody explain to me how fucking people that are working for these companies are getting 6-digit salaries and the athletes are fucking after taxes barely making shit without being provided health insurance or anything. It really is confusing to me now at this point. I'm 40, so I think about this shit. I just had to take over all my taxes, all my insurance, everything. I'm taking care of everything by myself now because, like, my pops was helping me out with it for a while, and his health and his brain is just not there anymore. And, like, you know, I haven't even skied past a few months because I got behind on my taxes because my mom and dad went through a divorce recently, and that for my dad's brain where my taxes didn't get handled, so I had to like play catch up and like had to like just meet up with CPAs and deal with shit I didn't want to deal with, but it's the inevitable, you know what I mean? And it's crazy when you start taking care of everything, when you kind of realize like these positions that all of us skiers are in that are kind of like, man, inflation doesn't fucking help out. Like, the rising cost of living doesn't help out. The rising cost of energy doesn't help out. The rising cost of fucking every fucking thing doesn't help out. And it's like, why are salaries going down or compared to what they were 10 years ago to like, if you guys want skiing to survive and keep going and have kids stoked, you better, like, if the times are tough because the world can't figure itself out, then that doesn't mean you get to pay these athletes less and hook them up with less.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You guys got to figure it out, dude. You can't expect a kid to be like, well, if you're saying a $50,000 contract's a lot of money, well, depends. Where do you live? What country do you live in? Because, like, if you don't live in the States, the fucking amount of taxes that they're going to take out of that off the fucking top, you're left with fucking maybe fucking just less than half. And that's gonna what? You're gonna expect what? You think $23,000 is fucking a lot of money for you to travel the world and put together a segment that's fucking gonna just wow the world? Is that what these people expect? Because I'm really confused.
Yeah, it's not like, I think Gepper posted on his story like at the end, or he made some sort of Instagram post at the end of this
I
season.
loved it.
Yeah,
I loved
15.
it, dude.
It was like 15 grand. That's
No,
it.
it was like, wasn't it like $7,000 or something?
It was
Dude? And
something.
he
It was
had,
under 20
it
for
was
sure.
it was fucking insane, dude. And he had like a fifth or like a sixth place, a fifth place, a third place, and a second place.
Yeah, something
And
like
it
that.
literally equaled nothing. Where I'm like, damn, dude, and fucking Uncle Sam's taking their cut of that shit. Like, nobody even realizes, like, yeah, you guys think the number of like kids win these checks, you think that's the number that they win, but like when life hits you really hard, it's like that money.
So do you remember what you were getting back in the day? So these guys have a frame of reference or no? For just in terms of winning contests.
Yeah, well, fuck, dude, it'd be like around everything involved with all victory incentives. It'd probably be around like $35,000 to $40,000 every win.
Damn. Per event, like, so you win, slope style 40, half pipe 40, or is it for all of X Games, for example?
No, it would be like, yeah, where if I won slope style and that was a $25,000 check, then, because I'd never had a match. I never had matched. Okay, like my salaries were always so big that they didn't want to match it, but I still had a crazy good victory incentive where if I won 25, I'd still be walking out with like 35 or 40.
Yeah.
Because I remember Armada, even when they paid you little your first years, you still had 15,000 as a victory incentive at X Games.
Yeah, for sure. But that was
small. And Oakley was maybe 15. So even though first place was 25 at X Games, he'd make 30 from Oakley and Armada extra incentive.
Damn, dude. Do you guys think? You've seen you've probably seen every fucking X Games that has happened at this point. Do you think X Games has gotten better or worse over time?
Fucking way worse, bro. Dude, it's owned by fucking Disney, dog. It looks like a fucking Nickelodeon commercial.
I think they just sold it.
Yeah, they just sold it. It was owned by ESPN for a while, but they sold it. But so you think it's gotten undeniably worse over time?
Yeah.
Why is that? I mean, I think some people might be surprised by that answer.
I don't know. It's fucking corny, dude. I don't know. Like, dude, you got to realize when X Games was back in the day, like I was watching people like Sean Palmer win contests and like his interviews. Like, dude, he'd be asked like, you just first ever guy to win border cross and skier cross in one competition. How do you feel? And homie would be wearing like a whole fucking suit of like an American flag with like an American flag. He'd be like, how do I feel? I feel like I need to quit because this shit's getting too fucking easy. And dude, that's like what I grew up around and shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And fucking, what were we just talking about? I just tangented on something.
X Games.
Worse.
Yeah, why it's gotten worse. So it's like, dog, when I first came into it, and like, dog, my first X Games, I'm like seeing fucking Eminem partying like near all these people, Playboys, fucking like Playboy girls, and fucking that Mad Mike Jones
Smoking
shit.
weed in the athlete tent.
We're smoking weed, dog. It was insane, bro. It was not normal. Ain't nobody smoking weed up at the fucking like at the beginning of their fucking.
You get busted now, and it's legal in Colorado.
Yeah, it's on some. It's kind of like, I don't know. It's kind of corny. And how many, like, when they started being like, before they would cut to commercial or like come right back, they'd be like, I just remember like growing up skiing and stuff. Like, I always hated to see kids getting bullied and stuff. And so, like, I just don't like bullying. And so, I'm here. I'll just shred hate. Don't bully people. I'm like, shut the fuck up, dude. This shit is it's corny. It's just fucking corny. We need bullying. Bring back bullying because kids are fucking weird now. Like, this young generation that grew up with a fucking iPhone, they're fucking weird, dude. Like, just take that shit away from them and bring back bullies so they can fucking learn a few things and harden them up.
Bullies, man.
Dude, this generation is so crazy, dude. Like, look this up on the internet. They banned dodgeball, fool.
I know.
Elementary. And no, look at this. Look it up online. Elementary, middle school, high school. They banned it because they deemed it too fucking violent. Now, I'm not saying every school can't fucking do it because there's a couple schools up here in Montana that are still playing it. You look that shit up. Dodgeball has been banned in the United States because they deem it too violent for fucking kids of fucking high school. When I saw high school, I was like, no. Dude, every time I played dodgeball back in the day, I didn't aim for anywhere but your face. And nobody cared.
And we played dodgeball where we lined people up against the wall and there was one thrower. Like we did execution dodgeball.
Straight up. Now kids are just like all worried about like what you call them and shit and just like, Jesus fucking, like I'm not saying like you shouldn't feel a way that you shouldn't not feel not comfortable in life. Like, yeah, be comfortable. But at some point in the last few years, I don't know what the fuck happened, G, but being comfortable in your own skin went from being comfortable in your own skin to being like, I'm a fucking dog or like a cat. And it's getting out of hand to where like some schools are putting like cat bowls in like classrooms because it's a queer identity and you have to respect it. So it's like a Furby thing and they have their own pronouns. And I'm like, yo, come on. At some point, dude, when is the bully going to come back and say, what the fuck is going on here? Oh, this is easy. The bully would clean up right now.
Well, Iberg's got kids that are in this prime middle school age group. I mean, Iberg, are they coming home saying that kids are wearing tails?
No, dude, Iberg's kid's lit. Iberg's kid gave me two middle fingers the other day. Iberg's kid straight flipped me off with two middle fingers the other day. I was like, what up, Ollie? And he just looks at me like, what's up? And I was like, oh, shit.
Ollie don't. But I'll tell you this. I helped out at my school and I cleaned some tables at the lunchroom, walked around the playground. And like, there's so much weird shit going on. Whereas like, man, like, I don't want to be normal. So I told the kids and the teachers that I identified as a chair and I'm a chair. And I was like, no one said anything to me. I said I was a chair.
You
And I
did.
was like, why
You
is
said,
no
you said
one
you were, or your kid
I
did?
should be fired. I should go to a mental institution. I just told people I was a chair. And then like now all the kids in the elementary school remember me as the guy who thought he was a chair. Now that's the joke on them. I thought I was a chair.
This has gone off the rails. We got a
Yeah, man. Let's go.
No, it's not, dude. It's not going off the rails because you got to realize, dude, you keep pressing that type of shit on fucking youth. Dog, like it didn't take fucking that long for shit to get really out of hand in only a couple years. If we want to keep going down this path and think that there's going to be badass young fucking skiers that want to hit the ground real fucking hard and get back up and do it over and over and over and over and over again to keep this shit going in the right direction so it's fucking awesome for fucking people to keep watching and keep getting into, then fucking stop fucking polluting the minds, because nobody's mind ever was polluted. No youth's mind was ever polluted like it's being polluted right now. Not your generation, not my generation, not Iberg's generation, not my fucking brothers, not fucking my parents, not fucking nobody's mind. Dude, nobody got pressed by the time they were 6. How the fuck are you going to say you can't buy cigarettes, but if you want to fucking change your gender, you're fully allowed to at 6 years old? And you're going to tell me that there's no repercussions in 30 years from now? We've only been doing this for like, what, 4 fucking years? Let's wait for 30 fucking years and see these fucking 4-year-olds as 34-year-olds that was born and growing up in that shit and think that's hard, like skiing really hard is going to be able to like... Because, dude, at the end of the day, again, you got to be comfortable in your own skin, but like when is enough? And like when is, because I even see sometimes in skiing where it was all about the skiing back in the day, and now sometimes, dude, politics can kind of come into skiing where I'm like, wait a second here, like I don't know if this is like a good idea, if this is the path that we want to go down. Just like how fuck politics in the world are right now, you want to bring some shit like that into what we do? You want to try to say that me riding my snowmobile or getting in a fucking helicopter is the problem?
Yeah, Tanner, it's bad for the environment. But then all those same people that are champions for the environment, they're flying private jets around to go to these big conferences, talk about the environment.
And they do that shit every fucking week, like probably 4 times a fucking week, dude. I go heli skiing. Dude, I got into a heli for 3 hours of flight time. That's, dude, in the last 5 years, I've gotten to a heli once and flown 3 hours of actual fucking ski flight time with Kai Peterson. And it was fuck. We broke those 3 hours up into 3 different days. It actually wasn't 3, it was 6 hours. But still, it's like, fuck, dude, at the end of the day, like, if people are going to try to say, like, me going out for a 6-hour session in 3 days is, like, kind of a problem, dude, I'm sorry, bro. I'm 40 now. You can't tell me any more of that garbage anymore, dude. When there's fucking places like China and India and other places that really don't give a fuck about what they're doing, and you're going to try to tell us that we're the fucking reason that the temperature's fucking raised in a couple years. Dude, I thought fucking back in 2001, all these fucking politicians were saying, by 2020, all the coastlines are going to be washed away. And I'm like, didn't Obama just buy like a $17 million house in Martha's Vineyard, like right on the fucking ocean? I was like, dog, weren't you advocating in 2001 that where you bought your house wasn't going to even exist anymore? But people don't want to go back and look at that shit. They only want to fucking say like, oh, this is a big problem, and keep people in that fucking like brainwashed state. Dude, I hate to say it. Dude, when I was before 2001, when I was young and in school, I was taught every 10,000 years there was an ice age. But all of a sudden, 2001 comes along and Leonardo DiCaprio and Al Gore link up to make a movie called The Inconvenient Truth. And all of a sudden, we had climate change. Nothing made sense. Dude, if you go, I'm not lying. Those are facts. You might think I'm crazy. Go back Listen to what I just said. Go back. 2001, Inconvenient Truth. Those two dudes made it. Before that movie, there was a thing called an ice age. After that, there was no ice age and there's a climate change. I don't get it. I'm fucking confused. And then cloud seeding was a conspiracy. Dude, I just put it on my fucking, you seen that in Utah. The avalanche people are like, yeah, we fucking cloud the seeds to make the storms produce more powder. I'm like, I thought that shit was a conspiracy. You made fun of a lot of people saying that shit wasn't fucking real. Now you're saying it's fucking real, like right in front of our fucking face. And you're not dude, I'm like, how is nobody realizing what the fuck is happening? Everybody drinks fluoride fucking water.
Come on back.
He burned out the iPhone. All right, you're back. Tanner, you overheated your iPhone.
Your amethyst on fluoride water was ill.
I'm telling you, and that vaccine and shit, I don't know, dude. The vaccine, I think, like the bullshit detector. Remember before the vaccine, everybody, like if you were listening to some dude saying some shit that you're like, wait a second, this doesn't sound right. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Have you noticed nobody says that shit anymore?
No one. Everyone's okay with everyone.
Everybody believes everybody. Like nobody has a bullshit detector anymore. And it's like, Jesus Christ, dude.
You need a hug, Tanner?
No, it's just like I just think it's funny how like
I'm sarcastic.
We keep going as we're going, and I'm seeing it creep into skiing a little bit, and it's just like, dude, like I hope skiing doesn't get to the point where if you don't align up with the beliefs of what the mainstream ski companies, their agenda, like if you don't align with that, and if you don't have a part in this industry because you don't align with that, that's not going to do good for skiing, because like then you just made politics ruin it, because like there might be a lot of lit people that don't believe what you believe that are really good at skiing, that have a lot to offer it, but don't want to fucking come to it because you keep a door closed because they got a different belief than you. This shouldn't be a belief. This shouldn't be.
I'm just gonna stop you quick, Tanner, because I want to agree with you. Like, I've been from the outside since like 2016, and like it has been very interesting the sides the ski industry has picked. Like, it picked a side.
I want to ask you something. Like, can talent alone carry you through a ski career, or like, do you have to play those politics where you have to, you have to work the team manager the right way, and you gotta
play those politics, G. You have to play the politics right now. Dude, I'm saying what I'm saying right now because I'm 40. If these companies have a problem with what I'm saying right now, because tell me with what I've said so far. Tell me one thing that I've been incorrect about. I might have said it in a way that you don't agree with, but exactly what I'm saying and everything that I have said is a 100% fact. Now, people have gotten so fucking soft that if you want to bring up anything like a Furby or even a transgender or something like that, where you're kind of like, fuck, dude, I'm at that age where I can legitimately say when I was 20 years old, that was kind of considered a mental health issue. In no way was it considered courageous and brave. Okay? So, like, I'm saying what I'm saying now because to me, I'm of that age where I'm like, dude, you can't really try to tell me a man can get pregnant, G. Like, you can't tell me that. Don't fucking tell me that, because that doesn't make fucking sense, dude, because I'm not of that shit anymore. I don't want to agree with non-factual shit anymore. I want to fucking live in the truth. I want to live in this reality. I want to live in the reality that says me, you, and Iberg are all on Skype right now having a conversation. All those other realities, I don't want to fucking know those things, dude, because they only bring confusion and separation. Dude, and I have respect. Don't get me wrong, dude. I have respect for the trans community. I have respect for anybody that feels that they are not comfortable and they're truly living out what they need to live. But I just feel like now that it's gotten to a point where you're just pushing it on kids, you're pushing it on this. I just don't understand. Like, why can't you just let sexual shit be sexual shit for fucking people of an age that can decide for themselves and shit, that you don't need to push propaganda upon a younger generation that can't even think for themselves yet, especially to a generation that thinks fucking Santa Claus still brings them their toys.
Yeah, let's go back to skiing.
We got it. We have to, because we could talk about this all night. So, okay, Tanner, let's get the Red Bull story.
Yeah, well, Red Bull was just, I don't know, it was kind of a accumulation. Like, after I broke my legs and shit, we made like a lion, and that was pretty lit. Everything was going pretty good with Red Bull still at that point.
And what years are we talking about here, just so people have a timeline?
2010.
Yeah, 2010 was when we made like a lion. And then, I don't know. It just seemed like we had a dude that was working with us that was really lit, Pete Jasinski. He was, he didn't know much about skiing, but he fucking cared and he tried, and he was like a good dude. Before Pete, I was working with a chick named Jamie Simon, and that's like, she was the best, dude. She was the best ever. She like made like everything possible with like everything dope with me and Red Bull. And then Pete, afterwards, after Jamie got a better job, like Pete like was still really on point. Not as good as Jamie, because just me and Jamie knew each other from like when I was mad young and shit. And then Pete and I worked together, and Pete was like really lit. You know, we did some good things. It was when Oren Tanzer, took over Pete's job, and this dude was like my basically manager at when I first started. He was like the head of the park there. And
broke up.
At Mammoth.
Okay, sick. Yeah, we got you now.
Yeah, and so when he took over, dude, it just got kind of weird. I don't know, like the communication with him was just really bad. And
in what way?
It's just, I don't know, dude. It was like with Jamie and Pete, like the communication was always there, always talking about like what we were going to do next and ideas. And then like Oren came in, and it just was like, it's just something different, bro. It was just weird. I got a weird vibe right off the bat. And there was one time when I was training pipe in Park City by myself one day, and he walked up to the pipe and to watch me a couple runs, and like I thought maybe at that point like shit was like gonna start getting better, and then it just kind of like didn't get any better. And then I went to New Zealand in like 2013, I think, and I went down for a Red Bull camp. And it was just fucking weird, dude. I was like, I had my own spot. I was staying with my physical therapist, Jess Tidswell, who's just a boss from Park City. Big up, Jess. And fucking me and her were staying together. Like everybody was staying at the Red Bull house, which was kind of weird. And they were doing dinners. I didn't really get invited to one of the fucking dinners. And fucking, it just got to the point where I had felt like it was such a good relationship for so long, and then Oren took over, and I was like, bro, I'm not only like being ignored and shit, but this dude's like legitimately kind of like dissing me to my face down here, and it's starting to fucking piss me off a little bit.
This is 12 years on the company, just to give it retrospect.
Yeah. And this dude came in. This was like year one for this dude. Like year one, I was there for 12 fucking years and shit, doing, like I did a lot, you know. And then this dude who came in who fucking hated, he was a snowboarder back in the day at Mammoth. He fucking was dissing skiers way back in the day. This dude did not like skiing. Fucking probably still doesn't like skiing. you know? Just put on a fake face to make that paycheck, you know? Because if you don't like skiing way back in the day, what changed? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you were culturally from that era where you were like, man, fuck skiing, you don't really change. You can tell people in public, like, yeah, no, skiing's lit now. But deep down, you're fucking probably screaming fuck skiing and fuck skiers, you know what I mean? So when he took over, it just, I don't know. And down in New Zealand, it got to the point where I was just like, man, Oren, this shit is, I'm like, I'm over getting ignored. And I told him, I was like, bro, I'm fucking over hearing about all these dinners and everything fucking going on. And fucking like, I'm literally legitimately the only one like not showing up to any of this shit. And at this point, I don't really give a fuck. It's just out of it's out of respect, dog. Like, what, like, just don't make me feel like what come like next like summer when the contract's up, like it's just gonna be terminated. And fucking the very next night, there was a dinner that fucking me and Jess heard about. And at that point, I was like, fuck this, dude. I'm getting in the fucking car. I'm driving to the Red Bull house, dude. Fuck this guy. I'm going to go fucking tell him off to his face. And we get in the car and we start headed to the Red Bull house because I was like, dude, there's only so many days. Like after 7 days in a row of getting dissed and fucking being told like, oh yeah, fuck, I'm sorry, like we were busy or this or that, or yeah, I'll hit you up for let you know where we're eating tomorrow, or I'll let you know this, or I'll let you know where fucking the afternoon activity or just anything is. And I'm just like, bro, I don't even fucking care anymore because I don't even want to be around you. This is a level of respect, G. And when I fucking heard they were all over having a dinner at the house, I fucking got in the whip and I called up Oren and I was just like, bro, I'm headed to the house right fucking now. And I shit you not, that dude this dude said word for word, if you fucking come over here acting like a faggot like you always do, we're going to have problems. And I was like, yo, blood started fucking boiling. I was like, in no way, shape, or form did I just get called a faggot by my team manager right now. Like, you, first and foremost, you don't be calling fucking people that shit. And fucking second and foremost, you don't fucking call your fucking athlete that word, dude. Like, call me a bitch or something, dude. You call me a faggot, bro? Like, what like that? Don't say that. Just don't fucking say that to me. You know what I mean? And when he said that, I fucking hung up the phone and I just fucking like pedaled to the fucking metal and fucking ripped over and fucking walked into the house and ripped fucking Oren right out of the house. So fucking Oren comes out and like I'm fucking dragging him out of the house and like the fucking big Red Bull fucking strength coach, Per Lundstrom, he's like the trainer for all the athletes. He comes outside because like I knew Per really well. Like before he worked for Red Bull paid for me to go work with Torque or with Per because he was the fucking head strength coach of the United States ski team. So I was going into the U.S. team gym before the Center of Excellence behind it was at the Home Depot Center in Park City. That was where the first U.S. team gym was. So that's where I started meeting up with Per and like working out with this dude. And so when I'm fucking ripping Oren out, Per sees what's going on. Per fucking comes out there, and then Jess is out there because Jess and Per like worked together for like 10 years straight. Because Jess was like the physical therapist and Per was like the strength coach. So like I had a good team, and I don't think Oren fucking realized that like I fucking had Per on my fucking side and fucking Jess as well. Because Oren fucking got out there, just was like, we're outside and fucking just basically screaming each other's face. It got to the point where I was like, bro, my fucking best friend is fucking dead. Like, I'm putting all my fucking shit into this shit, bro. And you're fucking literally fucking telling me shit I don't give a fuck about right now. And that dude like puffs up his chest and gets in my front of, and like puts his face like in mine, like headbutting me and like walking me back, just being like, you lost your best friend? I lost fucking dad. And I'm just like, whoa, gee, I'm talking about this ski shit. Gee, I ain't talking about fucking outside of ski, whatever the fuck you just said. God rest his soul. I'm sorry, but fucking what the fuck, dude? I just brought up CR, my best friend who passed away hitting his head on a rock skiing and fucking basically kind of talking about a danger of fucking what we do and putting our fucking lives on the line. And you went over your head, dude. You brought up like you fucking screamed in my face that your dad is dead. I'm just like, get the fuck out of here, dude. This is fucking garbage. And Pear was the one that kind of fucking broke us off. Pear fucking takes me on a little bit of walk, calms me down. Me and Jess fucking take off. Dude, I wake up in the morning and I fucking get a call from Tom, my agent, being like, yeah, I don't know if you got the email, but bro, as of what he gave me a time, he's like, as of fucking 8:45 a.m. New Zealand time, your contract has been terminated by Red Bull. I didn't get to talk to nobody, dude. I got called a faggot, and then the next day my shit was done.
Crazy.
From a dude that came in and wasn't even working for that company for a year before he fucking got rid of me.
Iberg, thoughts?
Wow. I mean,
Me and Iberg, and that ain't even half of it. We caught these fuckers, not even that, dude, not even Oren. Dude, the head of Red Bull Media House, this dumbass Scott Bradfield, he fucking put out an email. There was a chick, Ursula, from Red Bull Media TV in Germany that wanted to buy our fucking rights to show Like a Lion on German TV. And fucking, she hits up Bradfield. Me, Iberg, and Tom Yaps are all attached to that. This dude writes a fucking reply, dissing me, calling me a drug addict, saying they're not moving forward with Like a Lion. They're not going to fucking move forward with me as an athlete. All this garbage. And fucking he forgot to detach me and fucking Tom Yaps and Iberg.
Rookie move right there, dude. That's bad.
yeah, no.
I was like, yo, what the fuck, bro? You're a fucking bitch, bro. You fucking basically told me fucking all this fucking lovey
He's overheating.
shit. And then I read this fucking email, dude. You fake fucking what the fuck, dude? That's what I'm sick about, dude, because I've had that happen to my face a lot, bro. People fucking being way cool in front of your face, saying one thing and going behind your back on some shit. Only funny thing is when it comes down to business or something like that, and a dude is so dumb he forgets to detach you off that email. That kind of hits you a little bit different. You're like, damn, dude. I thought I could have trusted some of these fucking snakes, but everybody, they never trust a snake. A snake's a snake, dude. And the snake's job is to come out there and fucking bite you. You know what I mean? And I've been bit enough to realize that all these dudes in higher up companies, they can be as cool as they want to you, dude. They can come over to your mom's house and have family with your mom and your dad and shit. But at the end of the day, they're still a snake.
Yeah. Iberg, you ran into that same thing with people doubting Like a Lion, no?
Well, no, it's the same thing. It's all Red Bull stories, right?
Yeah.
Dude, yes. I didn't even think about that. Dude's doing... Yes.
Get into it, Iberg. Get into it, Iberg.
I'm not it's not my podcast, but just to support Tanner's. It's a long thing that built up, and it comes down to communication, right? Because of certain things that people lie about on the backside, be two-faced, and that's what Tanner's saying. It's the two-facedness of this business is pretty wild, even though you don't think of it. You would never think of it. Why would you think of it? You're skiing.
Yeah.
And so but when you really, the business side, I don't know, the best thing you can realize out of everything just Tanner said, no one's really on your side. So when you do it, that's sweet. Your agent, cool. Your fucking sponsor's cool. But it's not, understand there's a difference between a friend and someone that makes money off you or gives you money. And I think that's how I would analyze everything Tanner just said, is really look at everything Tanner just said and just be yo, just check it. He got paid a shitload and he thought these people were real. You're getting paid a little amount and you think these people are real. Put it into perspective.
Yeah.
And so it's the lesson. That's why we're doing the show, is I want to put that, because it's not here to fucking be yo, fuck this guy, because it's the past. We don't give a fuck about the past. We give a fuck about tomorrow. But what's said and done, it's man, that happened. That's real.
It did happen, dude, and it's crazy to even think, especially with a company like that. I was like, you know how much fucking dirt I have on you fools? You guys are nuts that you want to come at it like this. Holy shit. It's you guys aren't afraid to war. If you really wanted to war with Red Bull, you could go to war with them.
I wouldn't go to war with Red Bull.
I don't want to go to war with nobody, dude. I'm too old for that shit. I don't want war with nobody.
Yeah.
I don't want nobody, but I want to call their bullshit out and call all these liars out when if you're a liar, don't do it anymore.
Yeah.
And the thing is, you understand too about Tanner's story is he's talking about individuals, right? He had great experiences with Red Bull for the first fucking 12 years. It was amazing. That Jamie big up herself, man. Like Pete, the kid that came on that was around before, like he had to take over Sean White, Travis Pastrana, Tanner Hall, and Ryan Scheckler.
Holy shit.
And he had all their teams, right? But he had four guys right there that were all multi-millionaires. And so and that kid, Pete, was 26 years old, working 100 hours a week minimum, living on a road, managing all these people for Red Bull. So like Tanner and I were just sitting there being like, yo, Pete, man, like, you're going to turn gray hair by 27 for sure. So it's just, you see it, like what you can afford is what you get. And great people cost money. Jamie Simons, like big up herself for the third time in this conversation, but she cost money because she was so great. And then she created her own job within Red Bull and all this stuff. So when it really comes down, it's not Tanner saying fuck Red Bull, it's saying fuck individual that's a piece of shit. And I think
straight up, dude, Red Bull's lit. Don't get me wrong, dude. Red Bull Media House and all the shit that they do, it's like some of it's questionable, like that border cross shit that they build, and you're just like, man, why'd you build that shit for that guy to like do a pump track? That looks like a really expensive pump track. Some of the shit's corny, but it's like most of the shit's lit.
Yeah. I mean, they do support some cool projects now, but
they do, dude.
That story's whack.
Yeah, they do. This ain't a full like just hate on Red Bull. It's like what Iberg said. There was individuals that made my experience at the end shitty.
Yeah.
Red Bull, the entity didn't do anything but make awesome experiences for me.
And you're providing a good cautionary tale for these kids that are wrapped up deep with these companies, and and Tanner's talking about a decade plus long relationship that new TM comes in, less than a year later the whole dynamic's different.
And we're talking like tens of millions invested in Tanner.
Yeah.
All had a Red Bull can with his name and face on it. Tanner Hall had advertisement that Red Bull paid for and his contracts. We're talking tens of millions that they put into him over a decade. Tens of millions, whether salary, marketing, promotion, product. And so that kind of so I'd say the biggest cautionary tale to take away from this for anyone listening is, know the guy that pays you is really fun, but he's also trying to climb the ladder. To not be the team manager for the rest of his life. Know that all these scenarios are not true friends. They can be great people and you can create real friendships out of it. It's true. But when said and done, the team manager job is to keep his job. And he does that by managing a budget with ones and zeros, not a name.
Yeah. Tanner, you had your face on a Red Bull can at some point?
My signature.
Oh, your signature. Okay. You ever have just to lighten the mood a little bit, you ever have your face on a cereal box like the Olympic team after they won?
No.
Would you have given the opportunity?
Funnest thing that you had your face or name on?
Billboard.
Yeah, that was dope.
It's kind of sick. Was that Oakley billboard?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. You want to, dude? I know. We just almost overheated the phone with that one again. You want to get into all the Oakley stuff? So just a quick tangent, dude. I worked with Mike Jaquit to get all the Freeze magazines digitized. We tracked them all down and just the whole thing. And there was some fucking awesome old Oakley ads of you wearing crazy shit, flipping through, I don't know, CD, whatever, the books of CD cases.
Mini
disc.
Yeah, the mini disc stuff and that egg chair. Great ad. So anyways, you want to get to Oakley? Because Oakley had some of the best content in terms of advertising and marketing came from Oakley with you.
Well, Oakley was lit, bro. Strokes was such a fucking good team manager. It was insane. That guy was such a boss. Still is a boss. You know, I kind of like had some resentment towards him when he dropped me because it kind of came out of nowhere. But at the end of the day, dude, what I'm learning now, I fucking back how actually Oakley went about and how they did it. There was no sugarcoating. There was no fucking like buttering me up. There was nothing. It was like, it was a straight business move and there wasn't any questions. It was like, that was it. It was just done, you know? And it was like hard to take in at first. Now, after years of it being over and like me like processing everything, I'm like, Jesus Christ, dude, if everybody could just be that upfront with you and just have it like zero questions. I kind of respect that way more now. I fucking hate liars, dude. I just don't like to be lied to anymore.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I've been lied to quite a bit.
You, Tanner? Like, do you just find out one day that your contract's not renewed after what? How many years?
Well, it was right before the first year on the free ride tour, and I was being told that I was getting signed for like probably a 2-year contract for the 2 years that I was going to do the tour. And they just can't wait to see what I do on the tour, telling me all the time. And then I got dropped in October when I was taught by Strokes that you can't find budget in like end of the year. You know what I mean? You start asking for budgets like around fucking, you know, April, May, June. And so I'm like, damn, dude, I just got dropped in October and you're expecting me to fucking find a fucking solution going right into a winter. And I had no fucking like heads up. What the fuck? Like, it was just heavy how it happened. But, dude, at the end of the day, it's fucking business. What's fucking going to do? You know what I mean? I had a great run with Oakley. And like I said, I had some great times with Greg Strokes and Liesl Holtz and fucking Pat McIlvaine and fucking the list goes on, dude. Oakley was lit, dude. That was a good portion of my life, you know?
And it was a big thing looking back, too, so everyone knows. Like, when Tanner was dropped, Oakley was bought by Lexicon. Lexicon is an Italian company that owns all most major sunglasses companies in the world.
Is it is it Lexicon or is it Luxottica?
Luxottica.
And so the point being is Tanner Hall is no longer a name with a company. He is ones and zeros with a brand. Now imagine someone like, to put it all in perspective, 2014, Josh Christensen head to toe maybe cost them 30. Let's give Josh the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they paid him $30,000 that year in salary. I doubt it. Tanner's making that time off clothing, eyewear, and pro model, maybe 250. Ones and zeros says Olympic champion is a lot cheaper. You know, so like it's not about, at that point, it's, I don't know, just so everyone understands business when kids are listening, it was no longer.
Dude, I'm telling you, like, listen, the point of what we're saying is before Instagram and everything, there was money and it was lit, dude. Fuck social media. Fuck social media. You guys, I can't say it even more. Everybody's like, yeah, you need it to make money. It's like, really, how much money you making, fool? How much fucking money you really making off your fucking Instagram platform? You talk about like, that's like, if you get rid of this shit, like you're fucking over. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Get the fuck out of here. Like, if we all got rid of this shit, maybe people would want to start pumping money into it because there would be some mysterious about it. Like, it would be something like, what's going on with it? It'd make people like interested in this shit again, dog. You know how much content's out there a day?
Too much.
It's too much, dude. It's too much. It's getting to the point where I'm watching these fucking retarded follow cams, like that are like down flat powder, where it's just like, oh my god, dude, how does this thing have like 100 and some thousand likes? It's just there. It's really weird. Because, like, you put the more that shit comes out, the more dude like Jonas Kangas is getting overshadowed by fucking flat powder turns.
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yeah. I want to, T, I want to ask you something so we can even out the conversation, because I feel like anyone involved in like either the Red Bull story or the Oakley story, they're gonna be like, yeah, I said that, whatever, but Tanner wasn't so innocent. He was doing this, he was doing that. Like, have you reflected on your behavior over the years and been like,
Dog,
maybe I could have done this differently?
Dude, I was fucked up. Yeah, I was fucked up. But dude, all those fucking guys can say this. Dude, at the time, our team managers were fucking taking us to the parties and feeding us the fucking alcohol and shit. So God fucking damn it, dude. This is not what I'd like to see. Like fucking Strokes take Cody LaPlante somewhere and fucking like get him all fucked up and then fucking take it halfway through, get arrested and thrown in jail all fucking night. Like that ain't gonna happen anymore.
Yeah.
No, that's what did happen, to put that story in truth.
Yeah, everything I just said right there was fact.
Yeah, so they weren't making it easy on you when you were already fucking having trouble,
No, that's what they marketed.
But it wasn't their intention, dog. You got to realize it was a different generation, a different era, dude. It was like the fun stage. Like, dog, when we say golden era, it was because like it was that you showed up for a good time. You didn't show up for a serious, holy fuck, I better land this triple cork in a 90-degree half pipe. Like that wasn't the vibe back in the day. The vibe was like, yo, I hope there's going to be some hot chicks, dog, and the weather's good.
And they better have weed there.
You know what I mean? Like that's a different vibe than what I see like Alex Hall going in, dude. Like, or maybe Alex is different because he's so fucking good. Like a competitor like Cody LaPlante. I know Cody's like just as good as Alex, but competitor wise, like Alex just has a way better head. And I hope Cody can figure his competition head out because like he's literally like my favorite dude to watch ski park now. And I'm like, dude, the one result that he needs right now to basically blast him off into like getting invited to everything and being on like everything. Cause like he's the one kid I'm watching ski park where I'm just like, holy shit, dude. Like why aren't you winning?
Why do you think you brought his name up twice in our conversations tonight?
Dude, because I've been watching his skiing a bunch lately, dude, and the kid is fucking not normal. I'm saying out of these contest kids, dude, his shit is quiet, dog. He's a quiet skier, bro. He's next level, G. Like he's good, beyond good.
Well, what you were saying,
I was
just gonna say what you were saying about that like competitive mindset. You saw that this year with Dew Tour, because they have all these kids that are great rail skiers that have outstanding talent, but it's the dudes with that competitive mindset, Hall and Colby, that end up on the podium every time because they got that killer instinct and they can lock in and just like they got the same bag of tricks, but they can land it.
What creates that though is because they've had that one big win where like once you've had one big win, dude, everything's like a snowball off of that. Like that confidence compounds itself, and like you're just compounding interest at that point every contest you show up to, and your confidence is fucked up. You'll go years without fucking up. And Cody, a kid like Cody, he just hasn't had something like that yet. There's a lot of kids out there like Cody that just haven't had that. They're mad good. But like once you get that one breakthrough, it's like, look the fuck out, dude, because homie's going to be hungry now.
Yeah, that snowball effect. That's huge.
It's not like back in the day. It's not like back in the day where you were working. And when it finally happens, you're like, yo, let's chill.
Yeah.
There's no chilling now.
There's no chilling now. Nobody's fucking chilling, dude. They're all doing triple corks on Tuesday fucking morning at 9:30 in the morning like it's fun.
I got a question for you, Tanner, because this actually relates to a video that Iberg showed me. Do you think that the mogul dudes of the 80s would have looked at your era of skiing and been like, this shit's soft now? Like, do you think it's a progressive, like, things are just generally getting more soft? Like, Iberg, that video you showed me of the documentary following those guys for the whole season, they're winning cars.
I showed him the best movie ever. I showed him Winter Equinox, 1973.
No, I don't think our generation, dude, I saw some crazy ass shit, dude. Those guys partied, but I can say our generation was fucking crazy, dude. If I had John Glendenning and the slow talking Bob Salerno out there with like me on like 3 of my crazy. Yeah, okay, we get it. You guys are lit. But if you took those 3 guys out right now in this generation, they'd be like, what the fuck?
Yeah, no, I think our generation mixed with the hot dog generation, the guys you're talking about, like all the guys from the early 70s that created the whole fucking sport. We didn't create anything. We just did exactly what the hot doggers did. Was like, we don't want rules. That's all we did. Like in and that's why I think this revolution will come again, because there's so many things where people say this is what it is. Like there's such an idea. You got to post a shot. You got to be like this. You got to win a contest, and kids are gonna get sick of it. The park kids just need, or the street kids just need to be organized, or maybe the creatives need to be a little more organized. The guys who, like the camera guys, that there's more focus on a guy who holds a GoPro. A guy who holds a GoPro and does a follow cam now has a bigger name than 90% of the kids that do the sport, snowboarding or skiing. Gimbal
Dude,
God.
here's the biggest thing. Here's the biggest thing that skiing needs. You know fucking why skateboarding's lit is because that dude Jake Phelps who just passed away, the guy, the Thrasher magazine guy. He was the owner of Thrasher magazine. He was like the Pat Bridges of Thrasher magazine. Now he's passed away. Rest in peace to the dude. He was lit. But that guy, every fucking time that pro skaters were partying, he was out there. The pro skaters were dropping acid, he was fucking eating acid with them. If they're eating fucking mushrooms, he's eating mushrooms with them. If they're waking up at fucking 7 in the morning, still fucking hammered drunk, puking off the side of the fucking mini ramp because they got a demo, he's doing the same fucking thing. Why is skateboarding so fucking cool? Is because they get cool ass motherfuckers to fucking work that aren't good enough to be pro skaters, that fucking are passionate about it, that are cool fucking people to write the articles, to fucking hang out with these fucking dudes, no matter if it's a dude like me or a dude like fucking Nick Gepper or fucking a dude like Torin or a dude like Walker Shreds. No matter who you are, you should be able to fucking kick it with every fucking single one of us. You know what I mean?
We have no media for our sport anymore. We have no freeze. We have no freeze gear. We have no access. We have no.
Yeah, but even the media outlets that we do, I hate to say it, there's good people working for them, but they're a bunch of fucking nerds.
What do we have?
Look at that dude Twig. That dude Twig from New Schoolers is dude, I think he's lit. I love Twig. I think he's lit, dude. And I give him respect every time I see him. And that's no lie. If you ask Twig that, he will say the same thing. I respect Twig as a human being. I think he's lit. But if we're going to sit here and say Twig is on the forefront of what's cool with music, culture, style, and everything, just what?
Just a ricochet shot at Twig. Crazy.
No, dude. Get out of here. See, we're so corny that if I can't even point out something like that and everybody thinks it's a diss, it's no, it's just nobody even recognized what I just said. Realize why Thrasher magazine's lit. Thrasher's lit because they have people that are fucking almost cooler than the fucking writers writing about the writers. They don't have kind of insecure fucking people that are kind of scared to talk to half the writers writing about all the writers.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Everybody thinks sometimes it can you're dissing or this or that. No, dude. I think Twig's lit. I think he's awesome. He's one of my friends. As a person, I respect him and I think he's a very nice human being who I enjoy hanging around. But again, dude, if we're gonna go down bring Twig in front of somebody fucking, Cormega or somebody that has a lot of style and is really lit and then you'll know what I'm talking about, dude. Because if Twig's a nice guy, but being nice doesn't mean you're fucking have style and fucking flavor and culture.
Yeah, no, for sure. I agree with you. I just thought bringing him up was funny.
He brings him up because we don't have media that gets to portray our sport.
Yeah, there's nothing. News isn't putting out.
It is the biggest name that's been around for 12 fucking years. That's on the last media that's holding on. That's why Twig gets that respect, why his name comes up, because he actually, when he talks, he has power, but then Tanner's just saying, man, the biggest voice, like, I don't know how in tune it is with, like, all levels of the sport.
Tanner, I agree. I think that if you have a media figure like that, especially like the foremost fucking publication basically in skiing now, you need to have someone that's cooler, that the athletes themselves look up to, that the athletes the athletes themselves want to impress. I completely
Thank you.
Yeah,
because once you have that, whatever gets written up and whatever gets fucking portrayed to the masses to fucking make sure the masses like want to get into this and think this is cool, you need somebody fucking cool.
Yeah. That, like, when an article comes out, they're dying to read it because they're like, I got to hear what this guy's saying.
100,
photographers used to be cool. Filmer makers used to be cool. Like, everyone was a person that, like, you worked with because you're like, whoa, they're dope, dude. Alex O'Brien, Chris O'Connell, like Tom Z, like whoever fucking flipped my cricket, like Keurig. Like, you could go on and on. Like, everyone was a personality that was an artist. From the cameraman, producer, director, like photographer. So everyone was always an equal part. I guess you could look at it like hip hop, where a DJ, a breakdancer, MC, and graffiti all shared something, and now it's just become about one skier, not like the crew. Or
you know what I will back is OSAP's magazine, like out of fucking Utah, dude. Like that when I see shit like that, that's where I'm like, okay, so it's coming back. Like it has to come back.
Second episode in a row.
Yeah, and if companies don't realize, like, if companies don't start supporting that, then this is over, dude. Because these kids went out and fucking grinded, made something really fucking lit that should fucking get picked up by every fucking.
I'm gonna call out every company. Owen was charging $100 for a full page spread in his print magazine. $100. If you're listening to this and you're a company and you don't buy a fucking $100 ad in a print magazine from Owen at Browser Magazine, you're fucking just stupid.
Dude, I'm gonna buy an ad just for my fucking self. I'm gonna buy an ad and just have a photo of my fucking face on there. No writing, nothing. Just a big old fucking smiling Tanner.
It's worth it, and every rider should too. Promote your brand, man. Go support Owen's. $100, man.
Dude, and Owen's cool. Like when you hang out with Owen in the streets and shit, Owen's not nervous to go ask you to like move a shovel out of the way to like make the shot look better. Or like Owen's not fucking gonna act all weird when somebody like hits the ground really hard. Or Owen's not gonna act like just, you know, like he's cool, dude. He gets it. Owen parties with these fucking cats. Owen and I smoke joints together and shit. Like he's a level-headed fucking kid.
Like his crew can make fun of him on their edits. So you see that relationship even when they're like, "Oh, Owen slept in, we woke him up," but they know he's still working hard, and you can tell that. You don't make fun of someone and then still continue to work with them on camera. Yeah. So it's like, I don't even know the guy other than talking, like being a fan, talking to him once or twice. And like you just see like what he brings to the whole picture of the sport.
We got to link you two up. Ivor, you and OSAP, you guys would get along great.
Dude, OSAP is such a
biggest hype man you'll ever meet, man. I've sent 8,000 emails out for
him. All right.
But you know what I'm saying, dude. It like again, like I hope if Twig hears this, dude, I really hope he doesn't take offense, because that's not like, I'm not out here to like put people down and shit. That's not it. And the only reference was to like a Jake Phelps who was like a very prominent figure in skateboarding, that when he would write articles and he would produce anything for Thrasher. Like, why Thrasher? Dude, you've never opened a Thrasher and was like, yo, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Never once, dude. And that's kind of a gnarly thing to say still to this day. Like, if you're Thrasher Skater of the Year, you're a fucking madman, dude. Like the Thrasher Skater of the Year award is like that's like you win Street Skater of the Year for Thrasher, you are certifiably fucking insane, and that's a fucking crown that can't take away from you, dude. Powder Magazine Awards.
Do we even have a skier of the year anymore at any media
Yeah,
level?
we do, but it's like you don't hear about these things because it's hard to sit through, dude. There's not even like a best crash anymore. Nobody's
So you're
getting all
telling me
fucked up,
who has
going up there and like
Powder
giving
Magazine
great speeches and shit. Everybody's like wearing nice suits and being like, "Oh well, I traveled here for a while. Thanks. It's skiing time again, and I won last year for last year, but I'm already filming this year. Feels weird. I want to thank." You're just like, "Oh, It could be so fucking cool, dude. It could be."
Yeah. It's tough. There's really no like, and I think New Schoolers is actually super valid because they are the source for it all. You go on there now. There's like 14 members online. The same threads are up for weeks and weeks and weeks, sitting at the top. No one's really participating. It's not what it once was, dude. Then that's an understatement. Like it is really not what it once was.
Oh, dude.
Yeah.
We dropped, like, put it in perspective with New Schoolers, just fun. Like, we released, what was Phil and Hendrix movies? Road to Zion and Keynote's Speaker. Only on their video platform. Only on their website. Got 500,000 views on Road to Zion. Only through their members.
And you used to have pros in the threads actively talking to the community. I don't think I've seen any like serious orange name on New Schoolers, in threads.
Tanner used to own that shit.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, dude. All caps, bro.
Yeah, Tanner, you're the all caps. I think that's when I really. I mean, Ivor, we talked about this at some point. Like, you kind of come online as a kid at some point. Like, you just become conscious and start remembering things. And Tanner, I remember one of my earliest memories of you is you in all caps, fucking just rocking it online.
I had something to say, dude. You better listen.
And people would always use that yelling photo of you. You had a Red Bull hat on, and it was you screaming.
Yeah.
People would always use that photo of you, and that's kind of my first Tanner memories right there.
Yeah, the Photoshop thread of me and Dubot on New Schoolers was so lit.
It's so great. It's so great. I want to ask you guys about something because one of you mentioned that photographers used to be lit, and I feel like the archetype of the photographer is like basically gone. Like I can't. Like I know Gooser is like the only photographer that I really know now, and the only one I ever really see is fucking Chris O'Connell at X Games. Like those are the only two photographers in skiing I know, and I feel like
Daniel Romebeck.
What was that?
Daniel Romebeck.
Okay, word. Yeah, but it's like
the outlet. That's why you don't know about them, right? So before they could be in a powder, they could be in a free skier, and they could be in a freeze. So all of a sudden, you could read the name in the corner, and the name in the corner had more images than the pros. That's why they were able to get bigger because, like, dude, Flip McCurrick was so fucking huge. As a kid from Minnesota, like, I remember, like, kids going to a mogul fucking event, like, in Colorado in the summer, came back and they're like, we met Flip McCurrick. He was like a Powder Magazine photographer. Like, it was dope as shit in 97 to meet a photographer was doper than the athlete before the athlete was dope. The photographer would bring you the skis, the outfit to wear, take the photo of you, give you your day rate, and there was no such thing as a real pro skier. There were ski models before. Like, it was the kind of super pros, Kreitler and all these guys. But 90% of the people that got paid to ski that were really good skiers were called ski models. And the photographer owned them. And they banked.
That's crazy.
The photographer made the most money out of anyone in skiing. Like, period.
Tanner, what's your favorite photo of you that you've ever had taken? Maybe we could do a little 2-category thing: ski photo and advertisement, because you have some. People got to look it up. You have some great ads, dude.
Word up.
Yeah, for real. I think the one ad where like I was just the one like postal stamp. It was like a postage stamp for Oakley. It wasn't a ski shot. It was like a postage stamp.
That's
And that was loud. They still made a billboard out of that though. It was pretty lit. And like I wasn't skiing. It almost looked like a dollar bill or something.
That's sick. So that's your favorite
Yeah, like
ad?
favorite ad, and then like favorite shot would probably be. Fuck, dude, I don't know. That's a hard question to ask, bro. There's probably a shot that Daniel took of me up in Revelstoke in 2015 or 2014. That was really sick. It was 2014. And it hasn't really got that much play at all. But it's fucking lit.
Yeah. You just don't see any of these like these shoots anymore, I don't think. That are made for great photos.
No. It's just now it's like laser cut fucking like who's the best groomer out there that can build the best like shaped thing.
Yeah.
It's crazy looking at like the 9 nights or Holy Bully and shit and being like, God fucking damn, dude. That looks hard to build.
Word up, man. Holy Bully Captain Insano. Dude, that is the holy grail of illness.
Dude, the 9 night shit looks unfun to build. It's just like, what the fuck, dude? That's so much snow.
I just want to I would just be as a skier. Like, I wish we talked about that with Alex, but that 9 nights or whatever it's called now, the nines. Like, it's just like your whole idea is like you're getting together a group of people to set a world records. Like, the whole idea is like you ready to shit yourself and you have to commit. Like, you roll into the scene and you're like, okay, it's world record time where I'm going to just have fun and kind of not do why everyone invited me.
Yeah. Fuck.
Yeah.
World record shit.
Dude, I got a pivot that I want to ask Tanner this because I've had this written down. I've been looking at it. And since we're talking about big shoots and, favorites this, do you think there's any crash in skiing more iconic than your Chad's Gap crash? Because there's been some big ones, but
Simon.
You think Simon
Dumont's fucking
not more iconic. No one yells my back is broken and
no, but dude, that like every time I see that one just fucking like holy shit, how he didn't die.
But it's not iconic as the idea, dude. It's in a fucking
the Chad's Gap shit, dude. It's that like it's hard to beat that.
Yeah,
his ankles were broken.
Yeah, they were broken.
What'd you think when It's Always Sunny did that? You saw that?
Yeah, I thought it was lit. Hell yeah, dude! I thought it was lit. I was fucking hyped.
I
couldn't believe that.
How did you see it for the first time?
I don't know. Somebody sent it to me on fucking. I think it was my Twitter, dude, and then I fucking retweeted it, and fucking somebody from Always Sunny hit me back on the tweet and was like, "Thanks for being such a good sport about it."
So they didn't run it by you at all? No, nothing?
Oh, no.
Dude, there was this thing with this crash. Do you remember? I just remembered now that we're talking about. Someone made a remake where it said video game, was it H Tall or something?
Talon Manning.
What was it?
Talon Manning.
Talon Manning. Video game with Talon Manning heads up to Utah backcountry to try his test at real skiing. And I remember we were so pissed because that was the first time we never seen someone take original content and alter it and put it on the internet.
No, it was on TV.
It was on TV, yeah.
Yeah.
It was nuts. But we got to find Talon Manning on the internet. Google it, people. Find it. But yeah, dude, it was so wild. That jump, someone made a whole skit about it, made fun of Tanner, who he was. So we're watching this on real television. I forgot what TV show, and they just made fun of him. And it's like, yo, what? He's been doing this for like 13 years. They just called him a video gamer that never tried to.
It was like on Real Thrills.
Yeah.
I really don't think this has been a. Actually, there could. Well, we'll see. Tanner is one of the most memed and made fun of. Not really made fun of, but kind of taken, like your quotes and your pictures are taken and put into other stuff more than any other skier. Like, I think Andre Rigelli gets made fun of a lot. But dude, you are in a lot of memes, Tanner. Like, you are.
Oh yeah, 100, dude. I've been doing this shit for fucking longer than anybody. So. You know what I mean?
And do you think they're funny or do they piss you off?
Oh, I think they're great, dude. At this point, I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm way too old to really care about what people really think. You know what I mean? At that point, you know, I went through stages in life where I gave a fuck a lot about what people thought, and it really didn't get me anywhere. So,
yeah,
at this point, dude, once you hit a certain age and you're doing different type of things, like with your brain and like how you think and like lifestyle changes that have been like applied for a certain amount of years now, that your brain has been rewired to like not really not caring as much anymore. It's just really not taking the shit as intense as I used to. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just like with whatever, like, you know, my life is pretty public online. So there's a lot of stuff that if you want to go back and fucking dig down, you could probably find some funny shit to make fun of. And if you want to do that, by all means, you know what I mean?
What's the worst or the thing that made you the most upset or angry or gave you the most emotion that ever showed up online?
Probably that one where I was all hammered drunk at the fucking Red Bull line catcher, where I was calling everybody out, where I was like, Simon Dumas, fuck that. Peter Olenek, fuck that. Kobe James West, fuck that. We got Sean Pettit. We got C.R. Johnson, Candy Tovex. This is real skiing on real mountains, on real cliffs, on real snow. Like that shit. When I woke up the next day. Yeah, I wasn't fucking hyped when I woke up the next morning, super fucking hungover, and saw that shit. I think
didn't you put that in Like a Lion? I feel like I just watched that video. Like,
I think some French guy posted it.
Yeah.
And then, like, I don't know, that guy put it online, and then I found that guy to put it in the movie that year. Because it's like, what? You put that online? Because that was we were making Like a Lion. So Tanner was over there just fucking rocking with his like on recovery with not skiing because it's a Red Bull event. And then so he went wild, and then some guy in France just posted that shit online. And so it was a pretty big deal for Tanner during the making of that movie.
Dude, Tanner, I'm surprised that was your answer, because haven't you been revenge porn before? Like, wasn't I would be pretty pissed if I woke up to that, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I don't really give a fuck about that, to tell you the truth.
Did you?
I didn't really.
What?
Not revenge porn. I got like some chick posted some photos online of me fucking naked that I sent her, and that was like mad long ago. And that was so long ago that like at that time, like I had just joined Instagram, to tell you the truth. And after that photo had come out, bro, the amount of fucking DMs that I started getting alone, I was just like, what the fuck is going on, dude? This is nuts. So at that point, there wasn't really like there was a moment of panic, I feel like, for a hot second. And then I talked to my agent, and then fucking he hit up the fucking website. And that website got pulled down because the dude that started that shit, like, I've even seen, like, MTV did some fucking crazy ass show on these people that were like scam artists. And that dude with that website was actually one of the fucking episodes. And I was like, go fucking figure. But when that shit got taken down, like, I don't know, that shit like kind of disappeared in a way where when I woke up hammered with my legs broken and shit, and I had fucking seen that, because, dog, I'm not even gonna lie, I don't remember saying that shit to the camera. That's what, like emotionally, like,
in
where I was like,
in the other video, yeah.
yeah, like, that's where, like, I woke up, and when I saw that shit, like, the amount of, like, yeah, I had panic with that, with a couple of photos, you know what I mean? But then at the end of the day, I was like, dog, this is really, like, in my brain, like, it just didn't equal anything, where I was like, holy fuck, that was the first time I saw myself acting fully coherent with not remembering a single fucking moment from that rant. And that's where it hit me, where I was like, dog, I think I might have a fucking problem, you know?
Iberg,
Like,
you want to tell your perspective of the Tanner photos getting leaked?
Oh, my story of it?
Yeah, as his friend.
I mean, it was just wild. Like, I guess, I don't know. I mean, I got a text message early in the morning from a guy that makes ski movies, and was like, man, you should maybe tell Tanner about this shit. And I was like, click the link, and then there's Tanner. And then I like, what the fuck are you doing sending me this shit, motherfucker? He's like, my friend sent it. I wasn't, because I was like, why are you looking at this kind of stuff? And he's just like, and I was like, okay, I understand why you're like, so I hit up Tanner's agent, and then Tanner's agent had to like deal with it. But it was just a wild repercussion, you know, like it was shit like, I mean, we're dealing with agents, right? Like, something a lot of people do has, and this is the lesson to be learned if anyone's listening, is like, man, like there's repercussions to shit. Like, more like when you're the shit, when you're really good at something, when you do something and you have something that can be taken away from you, understand all your actions have reactions.
100. But at the end of the day, like, when that shit came out where my brain was, I was like, at least I'm not fucking some dude that fucking tried to fucking kiss babies and fucking go like to hospitals and fucking shake hands and put on this fucking image that, like, dude, if you fucking followed my shit from fucking day one, you knew what you knew what you were fucking getting yourself in, dude. If that was surprising to you, like, Jesus Christ, dude, like, welcome, like, naive one, to the real world.
Yeah, dude, it honestly seems like you're someone who has lived like most experiences, just based on everything that we're talking about, all the stories, the Jamaica stories, all this shit. It seems like most things that you could do in a lifetime, you've been through at this point.
Yeah, bro, it's lit, bro, and there's a lot of fucking, there's a lot more stories to it, but at the end of the day, it's, you know, I'm just giving thanks that my head's still like on, like, screwed on straight in a sane way, and it's only getting more sane the older I'm getting, you know. And like, that's the number one thing, because like I was at a tipping point where it could have either gone either way. It was either going to go the way that the path where I'm headed down now, or it was just going to all just fucking crumble to the ground, you know. And at the end of the day, to like still be 40, still be hungry on the shred, and be like having my mind venture outside of skiing to other responsibilities that I'm like finally taking care of, and like maturing and growing as a human being. It's, you know, it's fucking lit, dude. Because like a lot of people, got homies right now that like even grew up skiing with, that aren't in the same position mentally. And I see like mental health struggles with like some of the homies, where it's like, fuck, you know, I give thanks that like I corrected what needed to be corrected at a time where if I didn't correct it, like I see what could have happened. Because I hang out with homies that like didn't correct shit when they should have corrected it, and now they went from like way more than I had to absolutely nothing, you know. And I have or they're gone. Yeah, but I have great references for the people that aren't gone to like be around and still be friends with, and just kind of like have like a reminder to be like, bro, like, you know, it's hard. We're all hard on ourselves. We're all like crazy critics, but that's one thing I can be proud of myself is like figuring it out. But to figure it out before something catastrophic happened is like, fuck, dude, it's insane. Because when you're growing in your face off and like having fast money come in, dude, ain't nobody telling you about taxes and shit. Ain't nobody telling you how any of that shit works. Ain't nobody telling you any of this stuff. And so money can come in quick, but money can go out quick. You know what I mean? This shit can still go on and I can still be hyped to go out and ski. But at the end of the day, it's like if I didn't figure this shit out now, like skiing costs a lot of money and like the raises aren't coming and shit, you know, but the dream I still want to keep alive. So it's just good. You know what I mean? Because again, I going back to like seeing some homies that just, you know, had a good opportunity that didn't really figure it out and now are not paying a price, but just kind of seeing like, damn, you know, I really wish I kind of was a little bit more on it back in the day where, you know, I can have those feelings sometimes, but at the end of the day, dude, to like not be drinking alcohol still after 7 years and like wanting to get better and like wanting to fucking figure this shit out, especially with like my parents' health and shit as they're getting older, I can see it and they're not like gonna be there to help. It's kind of a trip, you know what I mean? And that's like that's like the best trick I've learned in years is like learning how to just like be responsible for like everything in my life and like take accountability for like everything, you know what I mean? Because if shit goes wrong, I ain't got nobody to blame no more. I got fucking myself to blame. And that's like the craziest thing. So it almost makes me not want to fucking fuck up even more than I did in the past, you know?
Yeah, for sure.
I got a ski question. Jump back on it. Like, so it gets into all this progression that you say, like in life, and then you're learning and stuff. I was talking with Phil today. I was like, man, what should I ask Tanner? He's like, you know what I don't understand? He's like, how is he 40 and he still fucking just charges and he goes and stacks clips and he goes and stacks and he charges. So I guess the question is like, at being 40, doing this shit for so long, having so many injuries, what's your motivation now to go as hard as you do in this sport? Because it's pretty interesting now that you're starting having real life thoughts. You know, like, I don't know, it's pretty amazing to watch as someone that works really hard at the sport and knows what it takes and knows what pains happen and come and how long you have to go. Like, I mean, Phil's 34. He's like, holy shit, 6 more years. And what if I was doing what Ski Boss was doing? Henrik's like, holy shit, fucking at 7, 8 more years. What if I was doing what Ski Boss was doing? Like, what is a motivation now for you to keep fucking just charging?
I don't know, dude. It's like I still put my skis on and I'm fucking hyped, dude. Like that feeling ain't never gonna go away, bro. Like the feeling's fucked up. It's like I can't get enough of it. I'm addicted to it. Like I'm a straight addicted to that shit. And that's the only way I can explain it.
Basic, straight.
Dude, I feel so much pain every fucking day, dude. This winter was insane. Like my body is not okay.
So I guess here's the other thing that Phil asked is, you know, like he could really see that there's 2 different Tanners. And he's like, man, like there's a Tanner before the injuries and then there's Retallick on Tanner. And he's interested, like, with the injuries, how you had to, like, pick your trick selection. Just, like, every single thing you do because it's kind of obvious. You know, the tricks you don't do after the injury. Certain, like, things, all this different thing, a certain style is, you know, there. But, like, what is it since coming back from the broken legs and blown knees, you know, that you really had to change to even continue like you do because you had to change.
Yeah, I had to change everything. I had to change like everything about how I skied, bro. My knees dictate everything, bro. My knees don't even fucking bend. Like, bro, the amount of pain I got, like, it's kind of fucked. But adrenaline's nuts, right? Because I only feel pain in the morning and after I get my boots off. I don't feel pain when I like a click into my skis.
Yeah.
I can't really explain that. It's just adrenaline's crazy.
It is pretty wild. It's pretty wild. How long do you think you can keep? Like, do you ever?
I don't know. I don't know because now this was the first year where I'm like, holy fuck, dude. Like I had a crash up in BC with Kai, and it was my first run out the gate of the whole trip, and I fucking ate shit so hard, dude. I tumbled on like it's some crazy ass shit. And it's like, dude, my body, like still to this day, I feel like that crash like shifted a lot of shit. Like in my hips, my back, my fucking legs, my knees, my ankles. Like and I didn't get hurt. I'm just like, holy fuck, dude. The amount of soreness that I have right now is like that's like 5 weeks ago or 4 weeks. Yeah, 5 weeks ago. I crashed 5 weeks ago and I'm fucking sore as a bitch still. And it's just like, I don't know, because I'm not skiing right now, the soreness sets in. Like if I went skiing, like day one would kind of be rough, but like by end of day two, it'd be like, fuck yeah, day three is going to be lit.
Tanner, I got a question related to crashes because I mean, you talked about it on your journey with AA and all that stuff, but like you've been so close to death so many times and like just getting completely banged up. So I've just wondered like how that's affected you spiritually. Like, do you feel like you get protected in some ways? Cause you really narrowly get out of some of your bigger crashes. Like you've gotten banged up before.
Oh yeah. Yeah. I mean, dude, I don't know. Like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's spiritually, that's a crazy one. That tree that I hit a couple years ago when I was skiing through the forest, I had one of my like good homies from Kalispell. I had some of his ashes in my pocket. And when I fucking hit that tree, his ashes exploded like on my chest because I had him like in the zipper pocket, like if you unzip your jacket, like the cell phone pocket. And it was just like a little tube of just like a little bit of his ashes. And when I hit that tree, bro, I hit that tree so fucking hard. Like I should have broke something. I hit my fucking face on the tree so hard as well. Like I hit my fucking chest and my face. Like as hard as you fucking could, dude. Like it was insane how hard I hit this tree. And I just got up. I was completely fine, but I go to reach for that thing and I pull out a handful of ashes. The thing had exploded in my pocket. And I'm like, little things like that where I'm like, well, got a lot of homies up there looking out for me or something. That's the only way I can think about it. Because this riding shit's different, you know? Only a few people get it. Like, even my chick, like, it's hard for her and, like, her friends to even understand, like, what we're doing. You know, a lot of people like don't get it. Like if there's no contest and there's not a finish line or a medal to win, like people don't really understand being like, well, why are you going to go up there and do that? Well, for what? Well, are you going to get paid to do that? It's just like, well, no, I'm actually going to go like pay to go do that. And people are like, it's hard for people because this day and age, like, people are all about like a job or a paycheck or something, and like how skiing works. It's like to explain to people like if you're waking up at fucking 3:30 in the morning to go film a line at like 8:30 in the morning that you only have like one chance of because like the light is a certain way for only like 30 seconds and you're only fucking up there once and it takes a lot. There's no sled lap. You have to hire. There's all these scenarios that people just don't fucking get. You know what I mean? And there's like a lot of it goes into it. And it's, I don't even know how I got on this tangent, but I was just remembering like how, yeah, just talking about with my chick and like every time like we're going out on street missions and whatnot, which my chick is like lit. She'll come out and she'll fucking shovel her face off and like work harder than anybody out there. But it's like mainly the POW missions. Like if she can't really see like the rail or the jib, like jibbing to her makes sense because it's in a city and it's like it makes sense. Like my chick's not going to go out in the mountains like to ski pillows or fucking ski big spines out of a heli or fucking hiking up. And in her brain at first, she was like, so wait a second, like you're going to go ski some crazy shit in Alaska and you're not going to get paid daily to go do that. Where it's like, that's, this is not how this shit works. You know what I mean? And especially now where if like, I think how I got on this was like to keep the dream alive. Right? How did I even get on this shit?
Just talking about taking gnarly bails and like being close.
Yes.
To yeah.
Yes.
Connection and how like things that it brought.
Exactly. And so like people don't even really fucking get like how gnarly is that what we're doing, and then fucking you add that fucking element on top of it, and it's just I don't know, dude. I had a fucking crash in fucking Revelstoke, BC, where I was up in this place called the Asolkan Valley on this run called Pillow Talk. I'm pretty sure it's called Pillow Talk, or like the pillow or the mushroom fields or something. And dog, this hike to get to this place, it's fucking hours and hours. Like you have to hike. There's no sledding, there's no heli. And like if you get hurt, like people have to hike back up there, spine board you and hike you out there. I fucking tried to ski this crazy ass pillow line with no trees around it. It was on a cloudy ass day. I had no fucking definition. It was flat light as fuck, dude. I'm in this crazy ass boulder field that is just like I'm on top of a fucking heavy line. And in my brain, I'm like, dude, I see a perfect like little stairway where I'm going. I get into this shit, dude. I get halfway down this line and then I'm just like, uh-oh. Like what I thought was like my exit just kept getting like further and further away. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? And all of a sudden I'm in the air. And like what I thought I was going to exit on was a huge fucking like just nipple. It was just a huge fucking nipple, dude. I fucking came and landed right on the face of it to a dead stop. I'm going like 40 fucking miles, 50 miles an hour probably at this point. And I'm thinking I was gonna fucking land like on a pillar or something, and I didn't see it till on the video. I'm like, oh fuck. And I put my feet up. I fucking hit my face off my knee so hard that I'm knocked out. I wake up to Neil Provo like coming over me and being like, bro, are you all right? And the only thing I first say is like I fucking open up my eyes and I'm like move my jaw a little bit. Bro, 3 teeth are just fully fucking loose. I spit them out of my mouth. And then 4 other teeth are fucking jammed up into my gums like 1 millimeter. And they were split in 3 different pieces and pushed up into my gum. And I'm like, bro, that was like the most pain, like without breaking like my ankles or my legs on Chad's Gapper and Stevens Pass. That right there in the Asolkan Valley and Rogers Pass and Revelstoke, dude, that was really fucked because it took me 8 straight hours to walk out to my truck.
That's insane. Oh, that's insane.
Yo, every step I would take one step, right? I would take a step, and then I'd have to put my fucking hand on my temple, and I'd go into like my head like shaking, and I'd just be flexing. I'd be like, ow. And then I'd take another step, and then I'd take the other step, and then I'd have to grab my temple and just do the same thing and just be like, ow. And I just remember dude, I had to walk down that boulder field. There was still like 1,000 vertical feet of this gnarly ass pillow line below me.
That's insane.
Dude, it was the craziest shit ever, dude. It was fucked. And that's where I lost like 7 teeth out of my mouth. And that's when I started looking homeless for a while.
And that's where you got the new chompers from, because you got some great teeth now.
Kind of, dude. Look at this. I just got like 3 of them just like got knocked out again.
Let's T, you mentioned your girl and we haven't talked about it yet because you posted a photo with her and then the whole internet blew up and acted like you hate women.
I don't get that, dude. That's more shit, dude. I don't know what's happening in the world today. It's like I don't know if do people realize like she doesn't ski?
I can't speak for him. I don't know.
Well, it was weird because all my fucking comments were like, yo, this is so degrading towards women skiing. And I was like, what?
Could you describe what the photo was, just in case people don't know what we're talking about?
Yeah, I was like in a nice, like kind of tux, like looking fucking things. And I was like on my crutches. I had my Achilles boot on. It was right after my Achilles surgery. And my chick was taking photos of orangutan, like some super famous photographer dude that only photos like really hot women. And she wanted me to take a couple photos with her that day, so I did. And she was on her hands and knees, like crawling up to me in her bathing suit or like underwear, bathing suit, brown panties. Normal photo, dude. And all these ski girls acted like they'd never seen some ski chick in like some hot tub in a bathing suit before. And I'm like, well, fuck, dude. If I'm degrading towards women skiing, dude, like that means Michelle Parker's degrading women skiing. That means Christy Leskinen is degrading women skiing. That means Sarah Burke, when she was around, was degrading women skiing. That means all these other people are degrading women skiing that were actually skiers. See, when I did that with my girl that wanted me to take the photos that I had nothing to do with, and then I just posted it to my Instagram, everybody thought that I was degraded women skiing. Dude, that's all that they, them stuff. That's what, see, you keep that around for long enough, it'll make this type of shit, what I'm talking about, this confusing. This should not be confusing, dude. That should be, if you know what, if you don't like seeing a beautiful woman crawling on her hands and knees, I guess, like that's what they were saying. It was like it's the fact that a woman is being objectified on her hands and knees and crawling up to a man, basically being like a servant to men. We are not servants to men. And I'm just like, whoa, girl. Ain't no, I don't. Where in this photo do you see like women are servants to signs and like?
And if anything, his girl told him to take the picture.
Yeah, she set up the photo shoot, dude.
That's what thank you. The world of Instagram, the internet, woke, cancel culture, all this stuff, dude, has people like tripping, dude. Look at what happened in Saudi Arabia. We go out there, like Henrik posts, like, yo, I'm so hyped. First big air contest I did in 2 years. Like, I'm really stoked for this. Like, thank God, like, big up Saudi Arabia. And then there's like 70 comments are like, fuck yeah, dude, I'm so hyped for you. Like, congrats. No way, Dolo showing the young bucks how to do it. What, 34, fucking being able to beat all these young ass kids? Like, that's lit. Congratulations. That's cool. And then all of a sudden, dude, 470 comments of being like, yo, you don't like women. I was like, wait, what?
You used to be my favorite person, and then you travel.
I was like, wait. Let me get the like Henrik. You're saying Henrik Harlow doesn't like? Wait, somebody help me out because I was confused at first, and then somebody had to explain, like, yo, well, dog, like Saudi Arabia and like the whole women's rights and all this stuff. And I was like, oh, okay, I get that. No, okay, I get what you're saying, but why are they saying Henrik doesn't like women because Henrik went to this contest? Tell me where in what I just said. Tell what makes sense, any of that. Tell me why, because Henrik went to Saudi Arabia to compete in the very first ever fucking big air contest that they didn't even know if the scaffolding jump would even hold. So basically they didn't want women out there for a fucking safety issue because right now they're fucking 100% on board on having women there next year. And so maybe when they see women there next year, I hope a lot of the people just feel stupid because I know they won't apologize or say anything or do anything. I just hope they feel stupid for 5 fucking seconds and realize that they did nothing to go on and be like, I'm an activist. I'm going to go tell Henrik, my favorite skier in the world, how he is degrading women by supporting a country that has not equal rights to what. I'm like, dog, this isn't a Western culture. Do you know about Muslim fucking countries and shit? Like, before you start saying anything, I would really like maybe just read up about like what you're trying to start speaking about, because now you're going to start creating a chain reaction of like these fucking protesters at all these colleges being like, free Palestine, and then they're asked like, yo, point out Palestine on a map, and half of them are like, oh, no way, dude. And you're like, what the fuck are you even doing there?
Yeah, I know. Believe me and Iberg were talking about this stuff. We knew all this was coming.
Well, it's just crazy to me because
Bam.
He got taken out. Once he starts talking politics, he gets taken out.
dude, I can't believe how bad the internet is here now.
That's all good. Iberg.
But at the end of the day, dude, my chick like saved my dad's life. My dad, like, dude, she's like very knowledgeable medically. She's got a heart of fucking gold. She's fucking, dude, she's a fucking boss, bro. And if half these fucking people, or if all these people that were talking
This is gonna be
drugs, she doesn't. If she drinks alcohol, she drinks like $10,000 bottles of scotch, and that's fucking it. Like, my chick's about making money in her business. You know what I mean? So
Yeah,
it's like,
man, I'm gonna say it too. Like, I think it's just I don't know, to go off about your thing. It's just everyone wants to have an opinion rather than asking a question. Like, okay, Tanner didn't take that picture. It was his girl's. What's his girl's profession? Okay. And then all of a sudden, like, once they do that, they wouldn't make the comment, because then the person they supposedly are supporting, the woman that's empowering herself by having a job, paying for everything herself, setting up a photo shoot, that all could have been done in a normal conversation, but it's a lot easier just to talk shit.
100%, dude. It's crazy.
Big up Melissa.
Straight up, dude. And like, it's crazy because her energy and her confidence, dude, is unmatched. You know what I mean? She's from a different world, dude. And she's like been living in Vegas and fucking shit. Like, dude, like fast life, fast confidence. You know what I mean? So it's like it's lit for me to be around that shit, because I've been around such a certain style of person, because I've only been in the mountains my entire fucking life. So to like have a chick kind of like waking me up to like outside things and just being on point, kind of lit.
yeah.
Like grown folks shit. You know what I mean? Like just grown folks shit. We ain't doing like corny ass little fucking dummy shit together. And like that, like when we think about fucking plans, like moving forward, it's not corny shit. You know what I mean? Like, I like a chick that like can match my fucking like my brain, like my wavelength a little bit, but like her shit is unmatched, dude. Like, I just want to get up on her level on like how a brain can like, if there's like something to be fucking done, get it done. If there's an email to be like answered, answer it. If there's a fucking phone ringing, answer it. It's like, I'm like, whoa, calm down, dude. You're giving me anxiety, because like you literally don't like leave anything to your wayside. And like, and it's crazy, dude, to be that on point 7 days a week, 24/7. I'm just like, it's like nothing short of like almost inspiring for me, because I was the opposite of that for so long, and now I'm starting to like, okay, the more you communicate, the better it is.
Yeah. She was around at Mammoth last summer. I remember that. You had the dog around too.
Oh yeah.
You got Tanner. I'm gonna be honest. My friends that were there at Mammoth last summer wanted me to ask you about your dog's condition. Do you want to? There he is. Tanner, do you care to explain his? You have a special dog with special needs.
Yeah, dude, he's got autoimmune disease called fucking paniculitis.
And how does that express itself on a daily basis?
Well, he likes to fucking. He's got a red rocket, dude. His dick is fucking bananas, dude. He wakes up and that thing is like a foot out of itself, just dripping. It's disgusting. And we can't neuter him. We can't neuter him because he grows all these like cysts all over his body if he gets like I don't know, shots or vaccines, and like so like we don't want to give him surgery because they're like, fuck, dude, if we cut his balls off, he might not wake up.
Yeah.
So we might just have his name might go from Kingston to Drippy pretty fucking quick because he's gonna be dripping for the rest of his life. It sounds like. I hate to say this shit, bro. 'Cause it's my first son, but he ain't trying to hump women. And it's weird because like he tries to fuck these other dude dogs that don't have balls, and I guess why other dudes get all aggressive with him is because they know he has his balls. And I'm like, well, dog, if you're trying to fuck dudes without balls and shit, like they're gonna snap at you, homie, because they're sensing that you got yours and they're like not hyped on that. They want theirs, dude. They know they don't have theirs. They sense that you have theirs. Your hype is way more than their hype. See, there's all this shit I didn't learn. So I'm like, fuck, dude, if you just wanted to fuck chicks, like it would be so much probably different. And I don't know if like he'd have a raging boner all the time because he's like just trying to fuck dudes that dudes are snapping at him, right? So he hasn't really legitimately fucked anything yet.
Word.
That had nothing to do with like me being bummed that my son's fucking dude.
Just
No.
thinking how dope it would be if your dog was like in the 80s and they had one of those Christian camps they could send them to like force them to be, like not be gay. And you know, like you could
No, see, that's not the problem. The problem is when he's trying to fuck dogs. Like a lot of dogs at dog parks, dude, don't have their balls. Like a lot of dogs are neutered.
Yeah.
So I didn't know it's a thing. Like when a male dog with balls gets around another male dog that doesn't have them, the dude that doesn't have them is like, get the fuck away from me.
All right.
And Kingston's just got a load of fucking cum in his balls. Like, I gotta drain these bitches, motherfucker. And they're like, I'm a dude, fool. And Kingston's like, I know. I like dudes. And I'm just like, God damn it.
Iberg, we gotta bring this home. We gotta
do it, man. Take control.
All right. Are we missing anything, dude? I had a list a mile long of topics. We've covered everything from 9/11 to Tanner's dog's boner. I didn't think we'd be hitting all these topics, but I'm almost like completely tapped in terms of stuff that I need to ask. But you've known him your whole life, so let's if we're missing anything important, we got to hear it.
I think the biggest one is I wanted to like talk about is, you know, because I think it's a crazy part that like no one, I don't know if the newer generation goes through it, but it's something the younger generation all went through, was how many people that like, and Tanner, it's directed towards you. Like, I mean, like, how has it affected you losing so many people that are true friends, but losing people that do like have the same passion, that give as much towards the sport that you do? I mean, the list is long. I mean, we have Sarah, we have JP, we have Shane McConkey, we have Jamie Pierre. All those guys were in a 3-year time period, you know, and like, and I'm sure there's more. Nick Mercon, like Speedy, like we were talking about today. Like we went on like 20 people that we know that like have died, that were in love with this sport as much as we are. Has it ever like? Does it affect you? Or I know I'm pretty numb to it in life, but I don't.
That's all it did. That's all it did is just numb me to this shit. That's all it did. I can't do it. Fuck. I mean, I've lost about as close as people as you can lose, like that aren't family. So I don't. It can't really get much worse than it got.
Did losing those friends make you reconsider wanting to stay in skiing, or did it reinforce like
No,
you're doing it for
just
them?
yeah, 100, or not even doing it for them. Just the last thing I would think if I passed away, and like a lot of my homies that fucking pushed it out in the mountains were like, "Oh, we should fucking probably rethink this." I'd be like, "What the fuck, dude?" Like, I want to watch this shit from above. Like, I don't want to fucking see you just not do this shit after getting really fucking good at it and letting, like, something like if I passed away, like, not having you guys not enjoy the shit anymore because of a fucking something that happened to me. Like, I wouldn't be stoked.
Yeah, like why give up something you love? Like
100, dude. And we're like homies, dude. And if you're up in heaven and shit, and that's like how it goes, like in the afterlife, and you find yourself up there and you can like watch homies shred and shit, and like you can like keep tabs, like fuck, the last thing you want to be like, well, fuck, dude, you quit. Nice. You're just gonna wait for him to die so we can get to heaven and be like, you bitch.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude? Why did you quit, dude? Because of me? What?
yeah, man.
There's just some unacceptable shit, and that's one of them. I just wouldn't want people to fucking think like you gotta like be safer because like I passed away.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a crazy couple of years that your generation had. That it was just, I mean, from my perspective, it was just news article after news article after news article. But for you guys, it was calls and finding out, and it was just, I can't imagine. That's just crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy, especially like people you were with every day. You know what I mean? Like your whole program was like chilling with some of these people.
Yeah, it's wild, man.
Yeah, but give thanks for life, boys, and give thanks for skiing because it's the shit. And I fucking wouldn't want it any other way. And I fucking loved every fucking second of fucking how I fucking did it in the past and how I'm doing it now and how I'm gonna do it in the future. So
Yeah,
that's the number one thing, dude. Is my mental health is fucking there, dude. Like I can say that. Like I'm good. I'm good. My mental health is there when people will probably hear this interview and hear some of the shit that I said in there and be like, "Whoa, I don't know, dude. That could be like you might just like, no, dude, shut up. If you don't agree with it, like you don't agree with it. Just don't go make the problem is
It's okay.
Exactly, dude. Exactly. Remember back in the day, there was like two groups of people that could disagree with each other, but still like kind of fucking move on with life. We're getting to the point where there's one group of people that hates another group of people so bad that fucking they're just trying to stop completely that other group of people. Where it's like, okay, just relax.
Okay, let's talk dope ski stuff to end it out because I think that was the thing was there.
No,
but I want to know who's your top 5 skiers of all time?
Top 5 skiers of all time?
Yes, personal favorite, you know? Not doesn't mean they're the best. Same personal
Mickey Price is on there for sure. I'd have to say Mikkel Deschno. I'd have to say CR, Candide, and fuck, dude. Do I say of the older generation of what I grew up with, or do you want a new one?
Or you can say whatever you want, man. These are people that are your favorites, man. That's the funnest
Glenn
thing.
Flake, then. I was going to say Glenn Flake, dude. Like, you can't fucking not say Flake, dude. Flake was fucking, he was the start of it all in my brain.
Yeah. Tanner, I want to round it out with an Iberg. It's actually interesting that you chose like that topic of the people you've lost and ended it with some quick hitter type questions. I want to talk about what do you have planned for the future, because I've heard it in other interviews you're talking about bringing back the Invitational. I mean, it does not sound like you're planning on leaving skiing anytime soon. So like what you got planned for the future?
I don't know, dude. I don't know what I got planned in the future. Like the things that I want to do cost fucking money, and everybody fucking now says like their budgets are tapped and shit, and like this and that. But like, there's only so much you can want to endure before you're kind of like, dude, you're beating a dead horse with trying to fucking do something on a big scale. So if fucking something can't happen soon, definitely not this winter coming up, but the winter after, I'm definitely going to be doing some sort of a contest, and it just might not be on a huge, like bigger scale that I wanted to, but I'm definitely going to figure out something to bring back as an invitational and start giving back year after year. Because like I want to finish out this next year for the Armada 2-year project really strong, and then after that's done, just kind of start getting into a give back mode and coming up with better ideas to fucking start getting cooler people like we were talking about working in fucking outlets of skiing that can fucking promote it to the masses and fucking have cool.
Question off that, I was talking to Phil this morning, like he was like, another interesting thing about Tanner is if we look at all of the action sports, the icons and legends like him all started brands when they became icons. Like now you were part of Armada at the beginning, but it's not something that you created after your legacy. And he was interested, like, is it ever something that like you thought about like creating something since you've been in this iconic position, because we've seen it in all the other action sports, to start any kind of brand? Is it a thought?
Maybe.
All right.
Dude, I don't know. I've got crazy ideas, bro. I don't know. I've got a wife that has fucking crazy shit going on in her life. There's crazy. For the first time, I've got fucking a crazy amount of options where moving forward, I just got to figure out like what I really want to put my energy into. Because I'm not going to lie, dog. Like, there's a lot of these people that can kind of rub you wrong and only want to fucking, like, you're going to have to make decisions moving forward if you're, like, going to be able to deal with the shit that annoyed you and just look past it and fucking really come together and put out something lit. Or if it's just, like, maybe just fucking move on for a little bit and figure out something else and then realize that something else is not it, and you're going to find yourself back in skiing like people always do. I can't tell you what the future is going to hold.
Any reason why you haven't started something like in your, like, I don't know, in your iconic legendary years?
Bro, because my sense of like the tax game and business was just not there to like to confidently move through. You know what I mean? Armada was a different thing to like sign on as an ownership of something like that where I didn't really do shit.
No, and that's why I don't even count that. Like it's just
100. It's like that was just signed over ownership. That's not building something. You know what I mean? And dude, it's like, it's gnarly. Like, dude, like, again, like, fuck our school systems and shit. What, you go through all the way through high school and they don't teach you about fucking no tax, nothing, nothing, no W-2s, no 1090, nothing,
Tanner,
dude.
Tanner, be real though. Would you have been paying attention in tax class?
Well, no, but now if I knew now, like what if paying attention in tax class by the time you're 40, if you did that when you were young, how like millions of dude, you could be fucking like money makes money, and if you know how to fucking make money and how to make your money, it's stupid, dude. You don't need that much money to start making a lot of money. But a lot of people get a lot of fucking money and start spending it and don't even fucking know what a 1099 is or how to file taxes. And in 3 years, fucking multi-millions of dollars are fucking gone. And you're sitting there like, what do I do?
And that's the thing, like, to put in perspective, there's no accounting taught in any school. This is a good tangent. I'll just make it quick. But I took accounting in university. It's the only class I ever quit in my life. So imagine they didn't prep me for it at all for 12 years. I was a top person in my class. I take accounting in school, the book's that thick. You're like, what the fuck is going on? So they didn't even teach you how to balance a checkbook. You don't teach you how to do that. So that's just to say what Tanner's saying in the short term. It's pretty crazy.
And if you don't know what you're doing in business and you got a lot of money coming in and you don't know how to file those taxes and you don't know how to file your annual reports and you don't know what the fuck you're doing, dude, you're going to find yourself like, you think our government can fucking take money from you during tax season when you fucking know what you're doing? Start a fucking business and start LLCs and shit and fucking start spending money in the wrong accounts and shit and see how fun that is.
Yeah, I mean, this is funny enough. This is what we started the conversation with earlier in the day. Is Tanner doing all this tax stuff? So maybe this is where we wrap it up. Fucking 4.5 hours later.
I think that's a great idea, dude. I am beat.
Oh, dude. I haven't stayed up till 12:45. I don't even know. Okay.
Well, so let's bring it home. We'll wrap it up. Tanner, thank you so much for doing this, dude. This was probably going to be the longest one from this series. This is the longest interview I've ever recorded, so big ups yourself. That was sick. That was some good shit. Iberg, thank you for putting this together, dude. This is a long time coming.
This was a special one for me, man. It's so fun just to like talk about it. Just, I don't know, let Tanner be you. I mean, you need to hear him for 4 hours rather than sound bites to judge. So
yeah, what's great is, dude, like I'm 40 now, like so I hate to keep saying that, but like at this point, dude, I have like I'm an adult, dude, and I could have my own views, and like my own views don't have to be other people's views, and it's great, dude. That's why fucking we live in such a lit fucking country, is because we can all have our own views and fucking maybe disagree with them, but at the end of the day, we don't fucking have to fucking like try to put each other down because we don't have the fucking same views and shit. We can fucking see where each other are coming from, fucking salute each other, and fucking say God bless, dude. That's like literally, like if everybody else figured that out, boom, bomb, connect, bro. Shit would be fucking a little bit different, like Iberg shirt says.
That's what's up. That was the episode. Thank you, folks, for listening. That was something special.
it really was. Give thanks to everyone, man. Pleasure.